Hello, everyone. I think you can see and hear us. Slobs is behaving weirdly today. It's great. I just realized also that most of the people who can confirm if we're seen and heard and what the balance levels are like are in this stream. So we're working without a net today, everybody.
I'm a professional. Let me check. Hold on.
I could at least hear you on stream, and now we'll see if I can hear myself.
You sound great.
Excellent. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tyr the Whelming Tide, a one-shot set in the world of Tyr. My name is Golly Trainer, and I am one of the founders and the programming director of Helpful Goat Gaming, a small independent game design and game content creation community. I'm also the creator of the world of Tyr. We are playing some D&D 5e evening. Before I turn things over to the stars of tonight, the players, a few quick, hopefully, announcements around programming, etc. Lena Rachel wants to know if she can have pizza. That was not actually one of the intended pieces of programming announcements, but starting off with programming announcements, I have no goddamn idea. Check back with me once the calendar reads 2022. We're kind of trying to figure our lives out. We've got a lot of people traveling over the holidays. We've got a lot of stuff going on. Some of it good, some of it not so good.
I'm pretty sure we have Fates of...
Yes, I think that it would be the 14th.
On the 14th.
Theoretically.
So mark your calendars for January 14th. I don't know what's happening between now and then, but almost certainly Fates of Ren will be back on the 14th.
This is the level of service we can provide. We're almost certain of something in 2 weeks. But we do have lots of stuff coming up. There will be more Tyr Simple Job. There will be more adventures in the world of Tyr generally. There will be more Goats of Saltmarsh, more Spire, more Monster of the Week. So please stay tuned. Check us out. Follow us on social media. Just look for @HelpfulGoat. And you can get updates on everything. As always, and I mentioned we are a game content creation or game content and game content creation community. If you'd like to join sort of the heart of that community, ! Discord in the chat, or check out the description for a link to join our Discord. We have a wonderful community, loving, supportive. We do movie nights, game days, all kinds of stuff. Upcoming very soon, I will probably be doing a Tyr Q&A, where I will answer some, but not all, of the questions that are asked of me, because some of the questions are too important. So yeah, ! Discord, encourage you to do that. If you would like to financially support us, let us do more of this, have better background images, better gear, more support, more programs like our Gift Goat exchange. You can support us a variety of ways. We stream multiple times a week here on Twitch, twitch.tv/helpfulgoat. Subscribing to us either for free with Twitch Prime, which you get if you have Amazon Prime, or as a paid subscription, financially supports us. You can cheer bits, which also supports us. If you'd like to donate directly to us, you can use !coffee, KO-FI in the chat to get a link to our coffee page. Those donations go straight to us. If you want some merch with your support, ! merch in the chat. No, I do not yet have ! merch bound to give the same command. Get to that in the new year. There's a variety of content there. I think Sam is holding a Helpful Goat mug.
No, I was. It's in the...
There we go. Helpful Goat shirt.
In the sink now, sorry.
No, we're good. We're good. Heather has the Helpful Goat shirt. I looked around and I'm like, I got my tea from a different mug today. Unusual. So besides that, so that's also we have stuff coming out. We have some new stick.
We lost Chelsea. We lost Chelsea. We also don't have Craig with us. I don't know if that's remedy.
Please hold, everyone. He's about to be recording.
Ow, recording.
No, that's a much more pleasant voice than he's about to make.
Now recording.
No recording.
Or not. Okay, cool. Good job. Good job, Bear. Good job. Literal professionals.
Also, I just want to put this out there. Having like dived into the whole background workings behind Craig, we definitely give Craig a lot of shit, but the creator of Craig is a delightful
Now recording.
human and has a lot on their plate, and you know they're not getting paid for any
Yeah.
of Craig, so they're doing fucking great work, and we appreciate the service that they have provided, and we hope that things continue in a positive direction. Goodbye, Chelsea, again.
As Lena says in the chat, it is going to be one of those tech days, nights, whatever. Anyway, I'm just gonna slowly blink. And it's okay. Yes, that is a really, really good point, Sam. As much as I certainly
We like to give the bear shit, but the creator
Yes.
behind the bear is doing God's work.
but also fundamentally, Craig allows for a host of amazing services on Discord, which has been such an important platform in the now years of 2020 and 2021, connecting people, helping people complete creative projects, podcasts, videos, etc., like us.
Chelsea
Which
is restarting her. Now.
Jesus Christ, you want me to
Talk
go through
very
these
slowly
slower than I
about-
normally do?
Talk very slowly about our donation. And you're Nero. Cosplay is Nero.
It's called
talking
vamping,
about our
right?
donate.
Vamp.
Well, hey there. There's also a great command for,
Oh no, you gotta slow it down by at
helping
least half
some people out who
slower.
could use your time and your attention and some extra resources. And you can find that if you just use exclamation point. It's the little tall one with the dot underneath. Donate. And I don't actually know what the command's pronouns are. I will ask it the next time I give it sentience. But right now, that links to the Trevor Project, and Trevor helps nice LGBTQ youth with advocacy and counseling and support. Rachel's gonna fucking murder me for this. And as always, we encourage you to, take the time to learn more about these causes and maybe see if there are donations in your own community or charities in your own community that can help these same causes, because your donations there go a long way towards improving lives in your community, and they have a lot harder time raising money, which is, I can't do this anymore. That was as long as I could go. It also kept threatening to go into McKeck.
So we have a lovely question now from chat saying, can you talk about your favorite type of mayonnaise? My favorite type of mayonnaise is probably Japanese, because it's better than American mayonnaise, because American mayonnaise is kind of gross. Like, I eat it, but also I'm like, why am I eating this? I don't know if I want this in my mouth right now. I eat it anyways, but I'm not really into it. Japanese mayonnaise is a little less like greasy and a little less heavy. It's a little lighter, so it's really nice, really good topping on like Japanese fried chicken. I'm not just a weeb, I'm also kind of a weeb, but also Japanese mayonnaise is where it's at. What are other people's favorite types of mayonnaise?
Is horseradish sauce? I don't think it's considered mayonnaise, but sometimes I use that instead of mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise mixed with horseradish.
Yeah, it gives some kick. Yeah.
I don't know why I ever pretend that I have any control in these games. It's
Oh wait, mayonnaise. Talking about mayonnaise.
Japanese mayonnaise or
My favorite
Hellmann's.
mayonnaise is mustard.
Got him.
Fair.
And when I do stand up, I do this bit where I read a list of like fake Google searches that I attribute to my nephew.
Wait. So they didn't actually? Those were all lies.
I make them up, and then I just say that my nephew borrowed my phone to Google it.
I fell hook, line, and sinker for that like at least 3 times.
And one of them is, so like the original one, the first one was, has a koala bear ever met a regular bear? And one of them is mustard for poor people? Which I get a kick out. Oh,
My
Chelsea's
favorite,
computer wants.
my favorite mayonnaise is instrument.
Huh.
I'm not sure instrument counts as a. He's explained to me how that's a mayonnaise. I will accept other condiments as mayonnaise.
Oh, is
You
this,
don't get an explanation, Lena. I'm sorry.
are you making a joke? Is it a joke?
Yes. It's the inverse of is mayonnaise an instrument?
Is that is that a meme?
SpongeBob. I
Yes,
think
it's from SpongeBob.
Oh,
I just
we just both ruined the joke completely because don't do
No.
SpongeBob.
I just
No, it's
enjoy
okay.
I just enjoy the fact that Chelsea, while struggling with getting her tech back up, does post "Damn it, Sam."
in the chat.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
hilarious. Is it just me, or did Galway just try to distract us from the topic of SpongeBob? I think SpongeBob might be like a part of the mysteries of the sea tonight. in
Oh
tier.
yeah.
He got real nervous and was like, "Let's talk about Chelsea. Let's talk about Chelsea's computer."
Gonna run into Patrick. Andy the sea.
You know more about that show than I do.
I'm impressed that you knew Sandy.
My sister was really into it, so like unwillingly watched a lot of it as a teen.
Yeah, the first season of SpongeBob, which was probably the only one that I really watched, had some like deep existential shit. Like, I don't know how the hell they marketed that as a children's show.
Well, it was, I believe, a pair of marine biology students who had left grad school because they were so disillusioned with academia. So yeah, that gets dark and existential.
Yeah, that, yep.
This is actually the first time I've ever been vaguely interested in SpongeBob. I didn't know that.
Well,
Don't. But yeah.
I mean,
Been a
I'm
while,
not.
but I've seen a lot of SpongeBob.
my mind definitely just skipped to our community member Meg, and I'm like, I don't.
Yep.
My daughter Meg.
Well,
Okay, so I'm gonna come up with questions for you here, Galway.
No.
And you mandatorily have to answer them
No.
because
no,
we're in a tech delay.
no,
Um.
no.
So my first question is.
I can mute you.
No. Don't
Yes.
do that. I don't know if you can. I'm an admin.
Doesn't matter.
I guess because you're a server owner.
It also doesn't matter. Individual users can mute other users. And
the
I
audio's
am
just going
stream.
through
Oh.
Galway, yeah.
Okay, so the first question is Mr. Jimble's multi-mana?
That was confirmed.
Well, I wasn't sure. The second question is that changeling group that Rook was like kind of a part of but not really related to the multi-mana?
I'm going to refer you back just to the epilogues of Tier Moontree Isle.
How are all the multi-mana changelings? Like special changelings who can turn into smaller creatures?
I like that she's so sure she's got me.
Are
In
they
some
a
way.
conclave of druids?
I think we
Multi-mana,
can rule that one out.
because druids can change into smaller creatures. Druids, yes, druids.
Okay.
Druids, yes. Changelings can't.
I'm just going to leave it up to you to answer your questions because it's really seeming to be like it's more of a call and response with yourself.
Have the multi-mana tried to recruit Menno?
For the answers to all of Lena's questions, please see the series Tier Moontree Isle, which is available in its entirety upon our YouTube, and I believe is most of the way released in our podcast, Helpful
It
Goat
definitely
Presents.
does not have all of the answers. I've listened to
Yeah, but if you listen to it more closely and identified the every 16th word or letter,
That is that is a game that I would play.
Oh
But
my gosh.
well, I am just going to pause in the interrogation of Lena. Well, not of Lena, by Lena. To just quickly say, for anybody tuning in, or people catching this on YouTube in the podcast, it's been a really great year here at Helpful Goat. This is, I'm fairly certain, going to be our last stream for the year. Thank you so much to everybody who has tuned in, who supported us in any way, whether that's buying merch, subbing, throwing some bits, tipping us on coffee. Thank you so much to everybody who's appeared in anything we've done, and we've had a lot of content this year. One of the things I want to highlight is the growth of our community as a community and as generators of content, as elements of our content. We were able to produce Pride Month games, which featured 4 one-shots, I believe, and I think in the teens for people. You know, do you remember? Like it was a lot, and it was really awesome getting to celebrate, getting to have our getting to have our community celebrate their identities, celebrate each other. That was super meaningful and wonderful.
Wait, no, for Pride it was lower.
Yeah, Pride was like Halloween was huge.
Halloween was huge. Pride was probably more like.
It's still pretty big.
Yeah. And then Halloween we had tons of different people, GM, Heather, myself, I think something. It's a really good time, and just very much wanting to thank everybody for your support, your participation. Rachel is playing Chrono Trigger while listening.
One of the greatest compliments I think I've ever received was that my music sounded like the Chrono Trigger.
There.
Little trivia for anybody who's tuned in. Sam is playing from like 20 feet away from me.
Whoa.
Apartment in Pittsburgh. Just pretty cool. Sorry if that was off topic. Sam was just talking.
No, that was cool. I don't think we have a topic right now because Chelsea's we're just not her computer.
And honestly, part of it was I hadn't scrolled down. I hadn't realized I'd scrolled slightly up in the Discord, so it wasn't showing me the new messages, showing the horrific things happening to Chelsea's computer. This also feels like a really fitting event for our last stream of the year, because if you're new here, tech hates us. Hates us a lot.
It didn't. It really did kind of start with Dom, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Well, okay.
Hobbit screwed us over.
It started with Dom because we also started using cams.
That is when we started using.
Okay, but yes, but also just like the things that happened to him were not because of cams. I don't.
Yeah.
I've troubleshot a lot of tech, and things happen to his setup that I'm just like, I don't know. That shouldn't be possible. And ever since then, we have been haunted. This is why, volume changes randomly. Chelsea's computer explodes.
At one point, I was like, I should buy Dom a new computer. And it's like, wait, what?
That's hilarious.
I know.
Yeah, you should, Heather. Yeah.
I know. Because I was like, he's having so many tech issues. I should just get him a computer.
But
he ended up getting a new computer, though.
He did.
I've been listening to Friendship Onion, his podcast with Bill. Always a fun listen. Sometimes they'll do riddles, or they'll try to answer riddles. So I sent in one a while back that I made up and included in the email. a little message, a little greeting from Ani to Ryan. So now I just every time I listen, I'm like, are they gonna do it?
Read it.
Are they gonna read?
So
I
speaking,
hope they do.
speaking,
That would be really cool. But for all I know, like the studio that is producing that podcast, they might like be like, well, we don't want to give attention to any other podcasts, even if it is a podcast Dom was on. Like, it's our competition.
yeah, I guess so.
But anyway, he's mentioned us a couple of times, like not by name, but you know, he'll always remember the first time he played D&D in his first campaign, which I think is really awesome. You know,
So I have a joke for you guys. All right. So this past Christmas, my mother finally decided that she was going to actually have us use those like Christmas crackers. Which, if you're unfamiliar with the concept, is it's like, you know, a tube that you pull, you and a person pull it, and then whoever gets the little string wins, and there's like gifts and stuff inside.
Christmas explosives.
Yes, and they do utilize a small amount of gunpowder, and they actually pop. Now, on the inside of each of these were like a sheet of jokes and a piece of trivia. But one of the jokes was, who is a dog's favorite composer?
and,
Puccini.
Puccini.
Hmm.
Why not Johann Sebastian Bach?
That also works. I like that one too.
I like how this is
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
I like how
mean,
this
it's
has become jokes and critiques of jokes. Yeah, I did think it was interesting thinking about the fact that this is the last stream of the year. I was like, I literally can't remember all of the things that have occurred during this year for streams.
The year.
Moontree concluded. I think it started in 2020 though.
For like a 4-session campaign.
It started April of 2020 was our one shot.
It was the one shot in Amber Heart, and then there was a drop off for a while, and then it came back in.
Everything is now idle.
Idle.
We had multiple one shots. We had Monster of the Week start up. Spire.
We had Tier Simple Job start up.
Tier Simple Job start up, and that'll continue in the new world, or in the new year. The new world. Jesus Christ.
New world.
Oh God.
I'm out of it.
I can listen.
Yeah.
That helps.
Please do. I'm just looking at what does couch taste like.
We had like 5 million movie nights and somebody proved many inappropriate draw something. That was this year.
We had a special birthday celebration of, I forget if it was, we have so many like things to recognize. It might have been the birthday of the Goats and Dragons podcast,
And the Helpful Goat community.
It was like 3 birthdays were right together,
pretty close to each other.
Yeah.
So it was a celebration of multiple things.
And I don't remember which one was like actually the day of.
Yeah, but we had my friend and housemate Tyler Krumrine come on and facilitate a like huge birthday bash version of his game, his collaborative map building game, Beak, Feather, and Bone. We kind of did it as Beak, Feather, and Bash, and
that was
That was amazing.
That was fun, and I did my damnedest to have it connect with the world of Banya and the Fates of Rin. And Andy assured me that that was canon. And then a couple of months ago, when I brought it up, he was like, "What?"
We
He's
probably
like-
have the video of it.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. I remember because I didn't have it on YouTube for quite a while because I needed to make a thumbnail for it, and I couldn't find enough images that had a sufficient amount of glitter. I found some.
That was fun because like how many players was it? Like at least like 10 of us. And we
It was a
brought in just
lot.
community
Mhm.
members and
Yeah, it was a lot. It was awesome. I think I didn't play in it, but I like emceed it.
yeah.
No, because like it was the most people I think I've ever seen like on a Discord call for like something we were doing. Like, this is a ton of people.
It worked out great.
Heather, were you in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and Emma.
Tyler and Tyler.
Yeah.
Oh, we
Fun.
did
would like to
the
go back
Lore
and
of
watch it.
Aethera.
That's right. We did the Lore of Aethera
And
stream
And
with
Wow.
our
there's
friends
hopefully
at
more of that on the
Alchemy.
horizons.
Yeah.
The Lost Druid.
Yeah.
That was
We-
fun.
That was awesome.
I was just saying because I got the vinyl, the soundtrack
Same.
of The Lost Druid on vinyl. I was showing Sam the insert with like the information about the instruments. And but yeah, that was fun. I was just telling him that I guess even just playing one session as Drummond Figs.
Yep. Rummy
was
figs,
a
I think.
fun- Rummy,
Rummy
yeah. I
figs. Yeah.
think Rummy is short for.
It might have
But
been.
yeah, Rummy Figs.
We also had my near friend Narissa on for
Outside for you.
exploration into the wide world that is speedrunning.
Yeah, that was really
awesome.
fun. They
That was
got
awesome.
everybody excited about speedrunning, and Elise said she was gonna show us speedrunning. No, she wasn't gonna speed. She was gonna show us like some. But that was very cool.
Tune in for tier content. Find Lena coming for Elise. Okay, because I'm pretty sure that you have been listening, Chelsea. Totally fine. Legitimately, we are still well within bounds of several times that we've started tier. We're not quick at getting through intros.
We had another very successful. We're not exchanging, but to say gift.
It sounds like some kind of goat stock market.
That was fun. It is fun. It's not done yet. It was cool. It is.
Awesome.
What is time?
Very-
We're gonna have another New Year's party for those of us who aren't going to parties in real life space in a couple of days. That will be fun. Gonna get drunk and cry about how another year has passed.
Wow! Jesus!
We're gonna get drunk and cry about how much we love each other. But Rachel
Happy
can't get
tears.
drunk.
Okay.
Not able to right now. Fine for
It was uplifting until that part. No, I think.
what else have lives?
As always.
I
Working.
personally got a job, and so did Adam and Sam. So we've got 3 new job havers. Not that we've never had jobs before. We have new jobs that we're excited about in this year. So that's cool.
No, it's been a really good year. I'm trying to think. Discord got bigger. Oh, this is a community thing. It wasn't on stream, but Andy ran a game of Watch the Skies, a mega game in the Discord.
That was a lot of fun. Do
Yeah.
recommend does it again. I don't know if he's going to, because I think it was also a lot of work for him. It was a lot of work for everybody, but I think especially for him, based on how much just we were bothering him as the aliens. But it was a ton of fun, so definitely recommend if he does it again.
I had a great time as Jonesy DuPont, who by the end of it, I had literally transforming into a polar.
Yeah, what the fuck? The polar bears were aliens? I didn't guess that. And they like were transforming Adam/Jonesy. It's crazy.
It really hit a turning point when Jonesy inexplicably began celebrating the beauty of communism and socialism.
That
was
is the
like,
that it is known that that's the first sign on a trip to becoming a polar bear, though.
Yeah.
So
shit.
Totally.
the
Are
writing
we
was
all
on the
turning into
wall.
polar bears?
We did on the year, kind of around the year anniversary of the last session, or either the first or the last session of Dumb and Dragons. We published it as its own podcast feed, which I think is cool and made that campaign a bit easier to discover and access for folks.
Yeah. Now we can find as Dumb and Dragons. I should know. Yes.
Yep. No, that's exactly right.
If you want to listen to us play D&D with Dom Monahan, don't want to listen to the rest of our amazing also listen to, you could just search for Dom and Dragons. But it is directly tied to Fates of Ren, and that's our long-running campaign. Here is also long, but short section.
My personal favorite thing that happens on the Discord, or one of my favorite things that happens, get new folks who find the Discord, find it through our content, through our podcasts. There's who's the goat guy?
OG and me.
OG and me, yeah, he joined from being just a listener to Goats and Dragons, and we had somebody, I think they're in Canada, maybe, does drag and everything. I forget their username, but they found us through Dom and Dragons, and they were saying how they were playing bits of it for their coworkers.
Yeah, they're super.
So let's check back in. What's going on with Chelsea's having tech troubles and might want to take a moment.
So I think that's also on the subject of wanting to take a moment, and this is, I know, mildly free association for me, but I think one of the things that's come up for us a lot as a community, and I'm just going to go right off of the heavier vibe that Lena had started, but sorry, everyone. But one of the things that I think we take really, really seriously, and I really, really appreciate from in our community, everybody who plays, everybody who GMs. We've talked before. I've talked on Goat's Eye Views. Everybody around knows this, that we believe in safety and consent. We believe in talking to your players about the content, talking to everybody, that everything is safe. Everybody feels supported and cared. But one of the things that we also have had a lot, for better or worse, we certainly wish weren't, but realistically we're 2 years now almost into a rough time that of just generally within rough things happening. And the phrase that I used at some point is, players around the table are more important than anything else. It doesn't matter if it's a stream, it doesn't matter if it's a live performance, it doesn't matter to me. Sort of from a perspective of a programming director, I would be more upset if one of my GMs told they played through somebody really not feeling it and causing harm. And for anybody who hasn't been around us, I really encourage you to try to do that with your own game if you play. find a table where that's the rule. Find a table where if you run a table, have that be your rule. And yeah, it might mean that some sessions get canceled, but it also means that people are safe, people are taken care of, and that people feel more able to say what they're feeling, what they're doing. We've had players say, hey, I'm just super physically tired. Nothing's emotionally wrong, but I'm just really out of it. So I'm going to be kind of quiet this session. Is that okay? And everyone at the table's like, okay, cool. Yeah. GM knows not to throw stuff to them as much. Players know maybe that they pick up a little more of the slack. We've had people who are doing not great emotionally. We've had all of that. And that's really important to me. And I think that that's something that with the GMs that we work with the players that we work with, I'm really proud of that being an ongoing ethos for us. And I hope people find us and people enjoy the stories that we tell, because I think everybody on here does an amazing job with their characters, with the run, if they run games, etc. But if I had to pick, even if it's different, I'd also really be okay if it was known as we're a community where the players and the GMs and the people who are actually doing this come first. And it's like, we love you. We love getting to stream content for y'all. We love getting to put stuff out, but we also really appreciate that I don't know where I'm.
Everything is it's so beautifully fractured.
I
on
stretch up a little
stream.
bit. I stretch up a little bit. I can just get my chin over if I stretch.
And the visual of us being fractured on stream is actually I think a nice visual metaphor for how we are interconnected as a community, and how our is in our fracturedness and in our places where we might feel broken and vulnerable, where we find connection of one another. That's what Helpful Goat is all about. So that was maybe a stretch, but
I don't like metaphors, but that's pretty good.
It works. And as
All I
always,
know is it was a great day when I.
oh,
yeah, I have to say, and I think I've been saying this internally, looking back on now the for 3 years of doing this now. I don't know what time is, but certainly things are not exactly what we thought they were going to be when we started out, but I'm also really, really happy with what they are. I love our community. I love how supportive everyone in this community is with each other. I love getting to be a part of a group of people that are supportive.
I don't know if this was mentioned while I was managing fluids, but
Thanks, Andy.
but earlier this year, we also had a super duper cool moment where, and it was on National Coming Out Day, and we had like just a whole bunch of people, just publicly, announce aspects of their identity and explorations and stuff like that, and not gonna obviously name any names on a live stream, but that's fucking
That's really awesome. Affirm.
I think that I'd said, and I think this went back maybe to last year, but the comment I'd made it. Not naming anyone, but someone had mentioned that like they hadn't really discovered this part of themselves before, or they hadn't fully been comfortable saying it, and they shared it in the community. I'm like, being able to be a part of a community that's possible for means a ton. Like that's bigger victory than anything. Just content alone. Like that's being able to give people a space to be, being able to support them through 2 years of hell, etc. Is really, really awesome and incredibly meaningful. And I'm very, very glad that we. I know there
Well, you're building up to the biggest, most profound emotional reality of Helpful Ghost, which is that Rocket League stream we we did that first, where the walls just collapsed and Heather Heather
I
hopped on.
just showed up on stream because
Yeah.
for some stupid reason I clicked into Discord instead of onto Twitch.
But it was the best thing that could have happened. And then Rachel and Matt
hilarious.
hopped on, and it was one of the most fun streams we've done that I've been a part of. That's for sure.
We're a
I
mess, but
cried
we're fun.
so hours. Just laughing.
I think, yeah, it's kind of funny because actually this is something that I was gonna try to get to if we had time. Legitimately thinking of I might just stick on through middle break of stuff and just sort of go over some of the really awesome stuff that we've done this year, the really awesome moments. It's been a good year. We hope you stick with us through next year. If you find this later, we hope you're still with us. It's been great. I love doing this. I love getting tier. I love creating more tier. Getting to bring party to life. Getting to play Virgil, the exasperated sellsword. I love getting to enjoy trying to figure out how Sam has not yet killed Andy. Monster of the week. Ah,
Well,
yes. What
hold
scares
on,
away the
hold on.
police?
We're only 2 sessions in.
Yeah,
Let's
he's only
just,
had 2 sessions to try.
Yeah, no,
Next session.
but seriously, when your character's idea of de-escalating a situation is discharging a shotgun into the air near the police,
Not once.
but yeah, well, like there's been so much good content. I'm looking forward to doing more of it this coming year. I'm looking forward to everything planned. I'm looking forward to a bunch of stuff that I know I have planned in tier, and I can't wait to see what Andy has planned for us. I say, of someone who doesn't want to die horribly. Yeah. I think we are in the process of finalizing resolving tech stuff, so I know we're running a little bit late. Hang in there. I think I'm actually going to take us to break so we can stretch our legs, etc. So we will be back in maybe 5-10 minutes. Hopefully kick off. Hopefully the tech demons have been exercised because it's an ongoing struggle here. It's just the nature of a helpful goat. You know, Lena's mic randomly changes its input levels. Heather can't hear us when she first logs in. So we're going to get a break real quick. Like I said, we'll be back 5-10 minutes. And love y'all. Check you real soon. Hello. I think we're back. Bob's has been kind of weird to me tonight so far, so I'm not 100% sure. But for the first part, as Helpful Goat, as would be demanded by a Helpful Goat stream to close out the year, we had some tech issues, but we also got to have a really, really nice conversation about a bunch of the things that we've accomplished this year and a bunch of the things we're proud of. Joel, I'm concerned. Stop smelling us through the technology. But yeah, we got to have a great conversation about some of the stuff that we've accomplished this year, which has been really awesome. Some of our favorite moments, etc. So I encourage you to check that out. We have gone through all of the announcements, so I will say kind of the stop it. You know, you're encouraging this. One of the things that I wanted to say, and we kind of did touch upon that already, but just I'm hugely appreciative of everyone who has played in the tier campaign. I'm hugely appreciative of everyone who's tuned in for tier, who's cheered along with it. I love getting to build stuff in tier. Nothing that I build would be particularly good or worthwhile without amazing contributions, players, and the amazing support everybody in the chat. So with this, I think we'll do introductions and get right into the game. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Galway. I am the DM and the creator of the world of Tier. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm going to pass it to Lena.
Hi, I'm Lena. My pronouns are she, her, her, and she, her, hers. And tonight I'm going to be playing Alexandria Corbett. Pronouns are also she. And I'm gonna pass it down, and that's Sam.
Ho, 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 ho. Hi there, everybody. I am Sam. My pronouns are he, him, his, as are the characters that I am playing tonight. Who is Willie Greenleaf. Y'all to meet him. And I don't have Twitch up, so I'm gonna point down to Heather in Discord.
Okay. Well, on Twitch, it's like up and over. So, hi, I'm Heather. My pronoun. I'm Ash. And, I'll point. Think this direction.
Yes, maybe. Hi, I'm Chelsea. She, hers, and I'll be playing. Wow, did I just forget my character's name? Yes, I did. Wow, it's literally right here in front of me too.
You're good.
Marina Vane, whose pronouns are she, hers, and I am going to hopefully be correct in that way, Adam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hi everybody. My name's Adam. My pronouns are he, him, his, as indicated on the overlay. And I'm also moving towards responding to they, them, I think. Yeah, it's my first time kind of publicly saying that, but yeah, either is fine. And my character tonight is named Thatcher Reed, and his pronouns are he, him, his.
I no longer do this on push to talk, but I'm so ingrained that I need to hit my caps lock to be able to talk that every time it's like, and now wait, don't need to. And withdraws. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, without any further ado, get God willing, transition to roll 20. Boom. Yes, good. Things are working as they should. Upon the jewel blue waters of the Central Sea, ships frequently make the crossing between the great ports of Tyr. While piracy is always a concern, and storms are an eternal threat to vessel and crew, generally every vessel brings passengers and crew to far off lands quickly and efficiently. One such journey is currently underway as the Merid's Wish plies its trade on a course from Astra to Forian by way of Greenwoods and Amechia. It's been just over a week since the ship made sail from Upnafta in Greenwoods, and generally the days have been cool, very cold. The nights have required a great deal of blankets. Indeed, the past several nights, the main deck has been almost entirely abandoned, except for the crew on duty, with the remainder of the crew and passengers huddled together in the galley or really any spare space to take their meals together and hopefully be slightly warmer than they are otherwise. Now, at midday on the 8th day for port, it is surprisingly pleasant, actually. For the first time on this journey, the weather has turned from at best cool to quite pleasant, with the decks warm and comfortable in the sunshine. Many of the passengers are enjoying the sunshine, secure in the knowledge that they can return below deck if the weather turns cold again, but mostly enjoying warmth and sunlight after a long voluntary confinement. And now, what are each of you doing on the deck, or if you are above decks? If you could just describe each of your characters briefly and what you've been doing, and sort of what you've been doing over the past 8-ish days since the ship set sail. I can point at somebody.
So Alexandria Corvid, 5'4", curvy, pale woman with long, curly brown hair and dark brown eyes. She dresses in kind of cream-colored gowns that are very like thin and clingy, and kind of sexy, but also kind of it's because of the weather. And she's got a parasol to keep the sun off of her. Is right now just been looking out, staring at the water or chatting with sailors, actively out of the way. No, get to know everybody, so that everybody.
Now it is your burden to bear.
Oh, a repoint. Uh, sir, what has your character been doing?
My character, Hunter, well, essentially, I am in the employ of one of the other characters. Technically, Hunter is an undead and actually looks like it. About almost 6 feet tall, kind of grayish green skin, white hair, completely white eyes, no irises, no blank white. And I spend a lot of time on this journey pretending to be a vacant dead or a typical undead, but I am actually a soul that is inhabiting this body. And while I'm sentient and have thoughts for my employment, I not be. So only when I'm alone below decks do I interact with.
So we all think you're just like a mindless.
For now. Yeah. And I will point to Sam, wherever you are.
Yeah. So I'm playing Wheelie, and he's got long, salt-stained hair. It's kind of greyish with some lilac. He keeps a short goatee. And he's got leather jerkin and a white shirt, but then beneath that he's got some finely crafted chainmail. See, I'm a blacksmith, so I craft everything from swords and shields to the finer things. I'm a metal worker of a sort, and because I'm aboard a ship, my long hair's kind of tucked back and it's wrapped in a bandana. But I'm probably just kind of not necessarily making myself known, but kind of seeking out whoever looks like they're the most experienced aboard the ship. Just to kind of maybe ask them a couple questions or so as we're on our way. And I will pass over to... Let's pass it to Mayrina.
Marina is she is aquatic health elf, and she looks very comfortable on the ship. She is a little bit taller than what you'd expect from a woman, but she's still not fully elf. She has a bit of the pointed ears, but every one of them, the whole ear is adorned with different jewelry, looking like she's been to many different places. And she has bright scarlet hair that catches the sun beautifully, and it is unruly and unkempt, except for few braids that are done up with chain. A little bit of dramatics, not too much. And she is wearing a typical chemise with a comfortable corset, and she has got pair of not full out gaucho pants, but like something that's comfortable for a sailor to be wearing. And she has a very fabulous for herself pair of boots. They are very well made and tailored, and they have what looks like a special crest done to the side of them. And she's been surveying and she's been chatting away. She's a very charismatic person and she is willing to talk to everybody. But it does look like she is always calculating something. She's always poised. She doesn't let herself down, but she is very playful. And she seems to actually be genuinely having a good time on the ship. And I guess the last person we need to talk to is Thatcher. Yes, Thatcher.
Thatcher looks he is a paladin. I think you would all know that. He's got some of the markings of a paladin. But he looks pretty weak for a paladin. He's gangly. He's a bit pale-skinned. He wears a pair of reading glasses framed by curly, medium-length, dark brown hair. He's wearing a what looks like a fresh new set of leather armor, and carries around a shield with what appears to be a holy symbol on it. There's a pair of angel wings unfurling into raindrops right there on the shield. And he has been spending most of the voyage kind of speaking to himself below decks, along with everybody else, it sounds like for the first 8 days or so, trying to keep warm. He's been experiencing some nausea, some seasickness. It's very evident that he does not have his sea legs. and he's been trying to meditate. He would have tried to maybe burn some incense. Is that advisable below decks of a ship? I'm not sure.
It's more the lighting of the incense will definitely cause a couple of crew members to be like, what are you doing there,
Well,
lad?
he's doing it very, very cautiously. And although, yeah, he was just kind of mid meditation, and his eyes kind of flashed open, and he's been trying to stay below decks, but now it's nice out, and he feels some nausea again, and so he decides, screw it, maybe the fresh air will do me good, and he runs up, and he leans over the side and does what he needs to do with the sickness. And when he's done, and he's kind of wandering in a haze across the deck, and I think because of how he looks, I think a crew member kind of says to him as he passes, like, "Hey, Hunter," and then takes a second look, like, "Oh, from your grayish green skin, I thought you were somebody else." And just knowing that he's been mistaken for an undead sends Thatcher back to the edge, the rail of the ship deck. But yeah, he's been mostly keeping to himself, and but people might have noticed there occasionally he would have been engaging in some uneasy conversation with Willie, mostly with Willie talking to him while Thatcher's trying not to hurl. Yeah,
very good. So,
And
yeah,
I suppose I should mention that Mayrina is. I am in Mayrina's employ, so I would have been following her around.
Yeah, so you're sort of off to the port side of the ship. Everyone's just sort of taking a little bit of fresh air. It is not enjoyable having been confined mostly below decks for 8 days on a wooden ship. And so you're just enjoying the chance to stretch your legs, not have to worry about bashing your head against a ceiling, getting to see a bit of the sky, which is sort of beautiful and cloudless. And it's that sort of late fall, early winter where the sunlight and there being no clouds in the sky just feels really nice. The sunlight isn't too harsh. Just it's a bit warming for you. Thatcher, you feel better. You're feeling like, okay, I think I got this. And you sort of go and you turn and you go to talk to Willie, who's a little bit further down the deck. And you stumble as this ship sort of shudders a little bit. And you hear sort of a couple of the members of the crew like, "Oh, what was that? What was that?" And you all sort of steady yourselves, some more easily than others. And you look out and you sort of try to see what's going on. And beneath this cloudless sky, you see a wave slam into the bow of the ship. There is something wrong, but it takes you a moment to realize what it is. Some of you, those more experienced on the ship, particularly Mayrina, realize that there is little to no wind right now. The sails are still pulling the ship, but they're hardly stretched taut. There should not be waves rough enough to jostle a ship. And some of you, perhaps Willie, who's a little bit forward on the deck, has a clearer view of the bow, have a better sense of what is wrong. A wave has struck the bow of the ship.
For those of us who don't boat in real life, is the bow the front? Okay, thank you.
The bow is the front. The wave has struck the ship and it has stayed there, assuming a humanoid form.
What?
And now you can see eyes glowing slightly within the water that reaches back in the semblance of an arm and smashes a fist against the side of the ship, and you again feel a shudder. As Willie and some of the crew to the front begin to raise a bit of a cry of something being very wrong, those of you further back see wisps of cloud form until you realize that they're moving towards you very quickly, laughing. And you see wisps of essentially steam given the form of a small winged figure swooping towards the deck now. And with that, I think we should roll initiative. So for everyone, go ahead and click in on your token and then go to your character sheet and hit the roll initiative button, which should be in the upper middle.
It's my mouse. Take the first one. I didn't mean to click twice. It's the double clicking shit.
That's fine. I just, because I wasn't on the chat tab. Oh, Marina's ready. Okay.
Bring it on.
Willie
I
got it.
didn't read over like any of my spells. I was like, oh, I'll have time while we're doing like exposition at the beginning. It's okay. I don't need to prepare.
No, straight to combat.
It's okay. I'll wing it. I'm an experienced D&D player.
Oh wait, I got an 18, but
I saw. And
yeah, I
didn't
clicked on
want
the wrong token.
to add you, so I'm going to put you in. Going to quickly add turns for these guys.
Willie, is this normal? Is this right?
You know,
Jesus. Oh, you got some time. Don't worry.
Oh, thank God.
Right?
Is this normal? About as normal as the I don't know, the sky turning fuchsia.
Does it do that?
Not really.
Oh.
And I realized I never actually selected audio for this. So what's something that I use a lot for battles? That'll work.
Just not the creepy doll music.
Oh, don't worry.
Anything but that.
If she's gonna show up, you'll know it. So Marina, you've gone first. You see these wisps of sort of steam or vapor or cloud swooping in, and definitely swooping towards people on the deck, cackling the whole way. And when I say cackling, imagine if a steam kettle could laugh maliciously. And then near the front of the ship, you have these two basically chunks of wave that have just stayed impossibly standing, hammering at the hull of the ship.
Right. This is another one of those situations where I'm playing a character that I've never played before, so I'm not exactly sure what my options are here.
I would say that some of your best choices would be to shoot one of them with a bow.
Okay.
And then the other thing is your bonus action, the type of rogue you are is a mastermind. You can give the help action, so you could point at one of the others then and give somebody else advantage to try to attack it. And you can do both of those things on a turn.
Okay. So, if I can move my character sheet just does not want to move out of the way. It's fine. I'm even looking where I am right now. So
You are here.
yes. So which one's closest to me? I can figure this out someday, I promise.
That's okay. It's one of these two are about equidistant from you.
So, completely unfazed and unbothered, Marina's is just gonna pull out her bow from the back, and she's just gonna give herself a little kiss on the arrow, and she's just gonna aim straight for it. And she's like, I hope this teaches you a lesson for trying to board the vessel unaccounted for and without thanks. And then go and try to shoot. So what do I do from there?
So if you go ahead and roll the bow attack,
Okay.
which should be in the sort of middle section of your sheet, there should be like a short bow entry.
Yes.
And
Let's-
Hunter, we will roll you your HP really quickly at the start of your turn. Because yeah, I don't think you want. Huh?
I've also not rolled HP yet.
Oh God.
How
Okay.
do I? Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Totally forgot.
I did too. Sorry.
And that is
19 will very
19.
definitely hit.
wait.
So click on the word short bow in the chat, and then it will
For 9 piercing.
9 piercing damage. Very good. And I'm going to say you went after this one.
Yes.
Because that was closest to people. And then as your help action, you could sort of point it out. And that means that, you know, you've highlighted it for other people to perhaps attack, and they have advantage on their next attack against it.
Okay.
Essentially, you're distracting them, like with actually the arrow that you shot at them. Very good. Willie, you probably want to roll some HP before something hits you.
Nah, it's all good. No, yes, I would love to.
Just go ahead and in the dice roller roll 3d10, and we'll replace.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
Okay, you're either way.
I hit that, but I'm gonna let you do that one, as I will click it 2 more times. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna keep the maximum roll.
So it's not actually a maximum roll because it's rolling with your mod, but that's a 9, which would add 10 to your hit
Okay.
points. And I assume you want to re-roll the 1 and the 3 on the d10.
Yes. Absolutely.
That'll turn into a pair of 8s. So you gain 27 hit
Plus-
points.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
No,
That
28.
makes it easier. 38. Okay.
Very good. Then what would you like to do? These creatures of steam are close enough down that you can like melee attack them. They're not so high up that you'd have to use a ranged weapon, as they're kind of swooping in towards the deck.
Right. So my first question before I start flailing my sword in any particular direction, is there anyone, immediately that I would feel is in the most present danger? Would it be these people that are directly next to me?
It's
or
sort of,
would it be
yeah,
somebody
those
else?
two who are right next to you, because those two, these creatures have already closed with them.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and first thing I will attack with my cutlass the creature that's closest to me.
Okay. So you sort of hack out at it past off the edge of the boat.
Yeah. Assuming it's within range.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it looks like it.
it's totally fine.
All right. So does why did it roll with advantage? I don't know why that's.
Oh,
already
it just
set.
rolls both dice. It's not with advantage.
Okay.
An 11 is a very bad roll and hits.
Excellent. Great. So we'll go
Click the
to
word scimitar,
that.
5 slash.
So it should. Did the actual dice for that roll?
I did not see one.
Because I should get a +2 to my single hand attacks because I'm a.
Looks like you rolled a 3, and then it gave you the +2 for your dex, but not an additional +2.
It should be an additional +2.
Okay.
so it should be 7.
So I
Yeah.
modified its damage down. All right, up, rather. I modified its health down to reflect damage up. Very
And
good.
then, what looks to be the most pressing threat? These big water boys?
They're not doing an immense amount of damage to the ship. So they seem like they don't look like they're trying to climb onto the deck, which would certainly be concerning. The flying creatures are definitely trying to hurt people as it stands. So it's the water boys might be more of a threat because if they do damage, they might do it to the ship, but they're also not really doing damage right now, whereas these flying things could kill people in the near future.
Okay. I'm going to move slightly. Still gonna stay in this guy's range of attack, but I want to like
move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be a little bit more central. Yeah, and
I enjoy seeing this.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead. I'm actually gonna take a opportunity attack, and I'm gonna run all the way to Big Water Boy up here.
Okay. You will run all the way to Big Water Boy and Small Steam Boy. Small Steam Boy? That's nothing. It's gonna miss you badly. God.
Boy, howdy, do these dice roll slowly on my laptop. All right, so if it misses, I'm going to bonus action Fey Step, which is basically Misty Step, but with a little bit of flavor. And I am going to teleport now basically right here, and as a part of my Eladrin race Misty Step, the Big Water Boy has to make a wisdom save.
Big Water Boy making some wisdom. It's going to be a 12, I believe.
And what is my save?
Oh no.
Is that normally like?
It's just a 10. I don't think.
Well, it's probably failing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It would. Yeah. It would have to be better than a 13. Yeah. So it is now frightened of me and has to move away from our direction. Its maximum movement.
Nice. Okay. On its turn, I assume.
Yeah, on its turn. Yeah.
Cool. Hunter. Probably roll some HP.
Yep.
Let's not forget.
So I have D8s, right?
Right.
So 3D8.
I assume you want me to re-roll the 2 1s and you'll keep the 8.
Yes, please.
3 and a 3.
Better than 1 or 1.
Right.
Yes, it is.
So that's 14 plus 3 times your Constitution modifier.
Okay. Okay.
And yeah, Hunter, what would you like to do? You have seen Mayrina hit and sort of point out this one is a little bit distracted in the middle. You saw Willie, the blacksmith that you've seen on board, swipe at this one with a cutlass, run away, teleport back closer to it. And so you're just sort of watching him pinball his way around the deck. Behind you, you still hear the vague sounds of retching.
All right. Well, I will say in her head to Mayrina, so messaging her in her head, I'll take the one that you just hit. And I will move up to that one and take a swing with my Warhammer.
Okay, you have advantage.
Okay.
12 hits.
That'll be 12. Okay. Ugh.
Do you not have a mod?
I should have a mod.
Because that's definitely just the result of a D8.
Yeah.
What's your strength mod?
Oh. 0.
Ah.
So I don't have a mod.
Okay. Anything else?
Ooh, that will be all for the moment.
Okay. Thatcher.
So yeah, Thatcher at the start of this is like, yeah, retching. And, but yeah, he tries to muster up some courage here to, actually tune into what's going on and see if he can be of any help. I think Thatcher will. Could you describe these flying creatures again? They look like birds.
They look like almost small demons or imps of some kind. Like they're humanoid with sort of long finger talons and then wings on their back. But they look as if they're built of wisps of steam or cloud.
But like kind of clearly demonic.
Not necessarily demonic. Give me a quick nature check. It won't be an action or anything.
Sure. Nature. That's a 6.
Even with a 6, you don't know what these are, but you would suspect that they're probably elementals.
Elementals. And what would Thatcher know about?
The elementals are made of elements with a 6 on nature.
And are they susceptible to... Who knows? He is going to try to cast sleep on these two
So
by casting it
push it out into the water
20 feet out into the water.
Cool.
Yeah, so I think I will send the spell.
Does it automatically
and so
roll its dice pool? No, of course not.
I
5d8.
roll 5d8, right? Okay.
Yep. $25. Game, work with me. This one will go to sleep. We're going to say that that's sleep as an icon. The other one will not.
Does the first one like fall out of the sky?
It does. It's sort of, you hear flump, flump. And as it hits the water, you hear and you see like a small amount of water almost look like it boils.
Okay. I think that is my turn.
Cool. Yeah. Alexandria.
Well, I would have seen Thatcher cast sleep and have it be pretty ineffective, right? So
You
not
got
going to do
one
that.
who disappeared
Yeah.
into the water.
I was hoping these things were squishier because there's 6 of them.
I don't think they're squishy because they're kind of intangible.
I had a brief moment of excitement where I was like, if he hits that side with sleep, then I can hit the other side and we can have like 4 of them asleep. No. Okay.
Can I quick refresher on spells? I just used a spell slot, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So instead, the big guys are still not doing anything because it hasn't been their turn, but they're just hanging out.
What you saw was that they were like punching the hull.
So they were trying to hurt the boat.
Yes. It's just they weren't doing much to it because as much as they are animate water, they were water hitting a ship, which is designed to go through water.
Do I think that if given a couple of rounds, they're going to be able to break a hole in the hull?
It's hard to
based on
say.
the amount of force I saw them using.
You think that they could eventually get through. You think it would take a little bit, depend if they kept going at that level. You really like that motion.
This is a punching motion. This is not
Not the way your camera's picking it up.
Okay. Anyway, it's punching motion.
Bottlenecks for days.
So I think it would take them a while, like more than a few rounds.
Yes, probably.
Okay. Then I'm not going to fuck with them right now. I don't care. I'm going to dissonantly whisper at this one.
Okay.
Who is this standing next to it? I don't know our icons.
Hunter.
And this is also the one that Mayrina hurt.
Yes. Both Mayrina and Hunter have hit that one.
Yeah, let's focus fire. Well, yeah, I'm gonna dissonantly whisper at that one. So it needs to make a DC 14 wisdom save.
It's a nat 20.
Yikes.
Hey, Rachel. I don't know if you're watching, but my Roll20 is doing the thing that your Roll20 does when you try to roll things. Spells.
Helpful Goat and Tech, everybody.
There we go. You said nat 20?
Yes.
So they will take half of 13, and they do not have to move away from me.
You do see it looks very, very hurt.
Cool.
It's sort of
Good.
like little wisps of steam are now escaping from it.
And I'm gonna get to the back of the boat, fuck away from these people, and I just look really concerned. I'm like, I've only been on a boat once before, but is this normal? Is this all right? Are we good?
Oh yeah, this is just a Tuesday on an average boat. It's totally normal. You're doing just great.
Oh, good. I'm really glad. I was concerned there for a moment that we were under attack by some sort of creatures that are made of elements.
Not to worry. They're just in the neighborhood. They're totally fine.
That's so good to hear. And
It
that's
was
my
a
turn.
6. What did you want me to tell him? I told the paladin it wasn't a demonic entity. That was the relevant part. If that's all from you, you're going to see this one begin swimming away very quickly. Apparently terrified of Willie.
Good.
You're going to see this one punch the boat a little bit.
Is it hurting the boat yet?
You do start to see, you don't hear like splintering of wood, but you do start to hear, you know, the auditory change when wood is like actually getting hurt, not just, you know, being hit. You're starting to get that a little bit, but only from one of its punches. This guy's going to come down and roll these. Okay, that's unfortunate for you. But not very. You're just going to see that one emit a blast of steam out from its mouth, burning both of these people slightly.
Ouchie.
This one is going to swipe at you, Willie.
Do the sailors look like they're like taking up arms and they're fighting back, or do they look panicked?
Some of them are panicking. Some of them look like they're sort of grabbing sort of the staves and, you know, makeshift weapons around.
Okay.
Dice. Jesus, that one just does not want to hit you, huh? Hunter, the very badly hurt one will take a swing at you. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes, it does.
That will be 2 slashing damage and 1 fire damage, as you can feel the steam just sort of seeps through your armor, scalding you slightly.
Okay, so 2 slashing, 1 fire.
Yep.
Okay, I'm good.
And this one will also close on you. 14 hit?
Nope.
Okay. That one's life is futility, and there are death screams from beneath the water. This one's going to go in 14 and a 15. They both save. This person will die in a cloud of steam.
Aw.
Oops.
And then this is going to flap its way on in. Marina.
Right.
I totally didn't say your name right. Marina. There we go.
Very good. So I forgot how to do the thing. Why am I still talking my character voice? I don't know. I forgot how to do the thing where you measure.
It's the little. It's like the 4th icon down or so. It's a circle
It's
with
a
like a
circle
little.
with what looks like a comb, but is actually
Okay.
a ruler.
Yeah, I don't want to say the one that looks like a ruler because it definitely doesn't look like a ruler. It's a circle with like a big straw coming out of it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So probably the most logical one is to go to this little asshole right here, and take another shot with my bow.
The closest one to you or the middle one that's hurt?
The middle one, who was an asshole to my friend.
Very fair.
And this time, as she pulls back, she's gonna kiss it again and say, "This one's gonna be retribution for touching anyone that belongs to me, you fucking asshole." And it's gonna shoot. And let's do it. Alright.
22 definitely hits. 6 damage absolutely kills it. In front of you, you just sort of see an arrow hit, and it's very odd, Hunter. You see the arrow pause in midair like it's meeting resistance, and then suddenly there's just sort of a poof, and the arrow keeps flying. But it is dead. Very nice. And you can again use that help action to give advantage on one of them.
Yes, and I shall do that.
I probably want to pick this. Actually, no,
Yeah.
probably want to pick that one because it's closest
Yeah.
to you. All right, very good. Willie?
All right. Well, seems pretty clear what I got to do now, so we're going to go ahead and attack this one right there. Let's see. Does this hit?
22 absolutely hits.
All right. That's attack number 1. So let's see how much damage we're doing. +2 to whatever this is.
Yep, so 8.
And then extra attack. Going to do it again.
I don't think you have extra attack yet.
I don't have extra attack.
You're only a level
I don't
4.
have extra attack. I'm
I
only
thought
level
that
4.
came in at level 4.
It's a 5th level.
Okay.
It's meant to balance out the... It's a balance for the cantrip die increases, because functionally martials attack again. Cantrips do double damage.
That makes sense. Okay.
All right, I don't attack again. But I do have action search.
You do have action search.
We'll save it. All right, yeah. I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay, Hunter. You would have advantage attacking this one.
Okay. So I am going to pop into existence my spiritual weapon.
Oh, good old spiritual weapon.
Good old spiritual weapon. And I will pop that right here next to this guy. And go ahead and try to hit him with that.
Go ahead and roll the spell, and I'll pull you a token up.
Be a 24.
That, yes, very much so, yes.
Okay.
I definitely bought one of you, and...
That would be 9 damage.
9 damage. Let me just check one thing. Okay, no. Yeah.
And then that is my bonus action because I can pop that into existence and take a swing with it when I first. So then, as an action, I'm going to take my short bow and go for this guy.
Cool.
There. It would be an 11.
That hits. These guys are not armory. They're made of air.
That would be 6 damage.
One in front of you is looking very hurt, Willie. Anything else, Hunter?
Nope, that'll do it.
Thatcher.
All right. Thatcher is going to move. He sees all the fighting being done. And he moves up next to Marina. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah.
Quick question. If he vomits on one, would they take acid damage?
They should.
They should.
That's
There's only
hilarious.
one way to find out.
For now, he's just
The boat.
gonna stay next to Marina, and I'd like to prepare a reaction or hold an action.
Hold an action? You want to hold an attack against one of them closing in?
Essentially, yeah. If one tries to attack Marina, I would like to. Can Thatcher decide in the moment what he does as a reaction? It's either I'm torn between either using his fighting style reaction to of protection to impose disadvantage on the attack, or using his channel divinity to rebuke the violent. Do I need to decide that now?
You would need to decide that now if you want to do the rebuke the violent. The fighting style reaction, you can just do. You don't have to hold anything for that. That's just a reaction.
Okay. So I'm going to hold an action for channel divinity for the emissary of peace. Yeah.
I have a nitpicky rules clarification question. If you're holding an action and it's going to be used as your reaction, right?
Yes.
Can you decide to use something else that you have as a reaction standardly instead of that? Or is it like you already spent the reaction on that?
You have not already spent the reaction. The way that I rule that is if you gave me the held action trigger, if this, then that fires. You no longer have a choice. You've committed to that line of action. However, if before that if-then trigger fires, you had the opportunity to do another reaction, you can do that. You then lose your held action.
Interesting.
So if the trigger is the same thing for both, which rationalizes first then?
The if-then. Because that was literally what you were standing there getting ready to do.
Okay.
Alexandria.
Oh, it's my turn. I'm going to viciously mock the one that's next to
Yep.
Hunter.
You know, you're going to say your name. Alexandria Corvid. That's my mockery. Fuck you. I'm Alexandria Corvid.
Roll20's really making me regret saying nice things about it. So it's 1d4 psychic damage.
It did not pass. So.
But the disadvantage is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Right. So they failed or passed?
They failed.
Okay. I forgot it had a save because it's a fucking cantrip. Okay. So 1d4 psychic damage, and they'll have a disadvantage on their next turn. And my vicious mocking is just like, you know, I know you're trying really hard to do big things here, but you're just so small and steamy and pathetic. And maybe you should go home and train some more and think about your life, and then you can come back and try again.
I love it when moments dovetail.
It's gonna go home and think about its life?
Willie, from where you are, up near the front of the ship, you see this one water elemental that you taunted, or, you know, spooked, continue to just sort of disappear. Disquietingly. You see the other water elemental, bailing, swimming away just as fast as the other one, very rapidly disappearing because it's water in water. It's very hard to hear or to notice. You also see this one begin flying away. You do get an attack of opportunity if you want it.
Yeah. Not so quick. And that's just a regular
attack.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was like, hey, that's good damage. Wait.
Probably hits.
6 does not hit.
Damn. Okay, doesn't hit.
So you see this flap away. Hunter, same thing. You get an attack of opportunity if you want, as this one.
Absolutely.
Somewhat shamefacedly flaps away.
That would be my spiritual weapon.
Cool.
Would.
Eight also misses.
You want to let stream know in case they can't tell, but the spiritual weapon has a really cool animated glow about it.
Yeah,
yes.
I realized that a few minutes ago.
There's a bunch of animated spell packs on Roll20 Marketplace that I use for spell effects. You're also going to see this one fly away, and this one.
We win.
Was my spiritual weapon within 5 feet of that one?
It only gets one. I count it as being the same as yours. Like, you can use your reaction either through the spiritual weapon or yourself.
Okay.
But only one target. Same rules as standard.
Okay.
As these things scatter, the water, some of you may not even fully ever clearly seen elementals have moved away. These strange creatures made of steam flapping into the distance. And as people sort of are panting, some of the sailors turning towards the person who some of you are fairly sure has died from their injuries. But everyone's sort of trying to take a breath. And everything is still. The silence is profound as the depth of the noise that preceded it. And then slowly in front of you, as the ship continues to move slowly forward, you see a dim shape in the waves, slowly rising. And as you watch, the shape breaches the surface of the water. You see a twisted ring of metal, jagged points jutting upwards, each at least as tall as a grown human. This shape, though it appears to be moving slowly when you saw it, must be moving very quickly indeed and have been coming from very deep as it surges into the air, rising until it towers well above, and then holds there. And in the midst of the column of water holding it aloft, you see the glowing shape of eyes, impossibly large, one with the water, and yet distinct and growing, in the shape of a massive serpent. You see the water rupture and fall back towards the surface, and for a moment you're comforted, but only a moment, because you realize that the upper part of the water, this snake's body, is still in the air. And though it's difficult to tell with a shape comprised entirely of water, it looks as though a giant maw has opened. And suddenly, those of you near the back of the boat see the sails stretch taut backwards, and you feel the wind. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
You know I'm spec'd for that.
I would.
I can,
Currently being invaded.
Hey, I rolled an 18. I'm not spec'd for that, but
an
I got
18,
lucky.
a 10, a 19, a 20, and then Marina. So if you hit there's a little saving throw box in the Constitution one. Now that you have
I can touch my things again. That sounds really wrong.
It's okay.
So what am I looking for? Sorry.
Constitution saving throw. So I think there's a little saving throw box.
Yes.
And then one of them is Constitution. 7.
Great.
Marina and Willie, you will take 12 thunder damage. Everyone else will take 6. Marina and Willie, you are knocked to the deck. The air being driven from your lungs as you slam into the ground. Dazed, you hear it. Sound sliding into a range that your ears can actually perceive. A keening cry, higher than any noise you've ever heard before. Those who have sailed these waters know sailors report a strange cry in the distance at times called the keening. And now, those of you still on your feet, in front of you, see the waters of the Central Sea rise, forming a wall between you and the impossible face that has confronted you. Almost deafened by the roar, you see the water coming towards your ship taller than the top of the mast by a very long way. You see the crew of the ship, mouths open, panic etched on their faces, and you slowly realize they are screaming, but you cannot hear it. You can only hear the ringing in your ears from the scream of the larger creature. And with this, a wall of water slams into your ship, hurtling you backwards, hurtling all of you to the deck, each of you desperately clambering on to anything you can find, attempting to find a handhold, something to keep you on the ship. In the small bits of hearing that you can have, besides the rush of water, you hear wood snapping and splintering. You up and down are irrelevant as you and the ship are tossed. Let's go ahead and take a quick break here.
Yikes! Big water serpent.
That's fine.
Anthropomorphic waves, flying mist demons. Now this? What the fuck?
Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick break, let everybody stretch their legs. I think it's probably just going to be like a 5-10 minute break, so a little bit shorter, so we can stay on, but want to make sure everybody stretch, get a snack, manage fluids, as Andy would say. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We will be back, like I said, 5-10. Stick around. We'll catch you then.
BRB, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I think we're back. The stream audio is flickering like we are. So, in the first half, we got to meet our wonderful cast of characters, and they got to fight elementals, which are made of elements. Right up until they hit the one that they weren't going to be able to fight. As the large creature screamed and released a tidal wave, the ship, the Merid's Wish, was completely battered. Everyone was sort of knocked about and thrown. And now, each of you slowly wakes. You feel warm sand against your face, water lapping up sort of gently behind you. You blink away a crust of salt that has formed on your eyelids and wince as salt gets in your eyes. And you sort of gingerly push yourselves up against the sand, and around you, you can see 4 other figures doing the same. Slowly, ponderously, you lift yourself to a crouch, and then collapse back against the sand as you sit down facing the sea. And instantly feel a bit of regret at this decision, as you look out and see the shattered remnants of the Merid's Wish scattered about the beach and the waters of what appears to be a cove forming a natural harbor. To your back appears to be a largish island. The beaches are covered in a near blindingly pure white sand, and a little further on you see trees, and deeper still you see sharp spires of rock rising to the sky. What would you like to do?
Are these bodies that we see in the ocean, or is it just debris?
It's mostly debris. It's just like debris, detritus from the ship, etc.
No sign of the crew.
Right, did any of them survive?
Someone can give me like a perception check.
Thatcher will do once he sees that the ship has wrecked. He's looking for any bodies or anybody, either the people here on the beach or anybody who's in need of medical assistance.
Sure. While you're doing
So,
that,
perception, you said?
yeah. While you're doing that, Willie, what are you saying?
Yeah. So all of this is a bit of a blast from the not so fun past for Willie. Can Willie, like, I don't know, make like a wisdom check because and I'm asking for this because like this is like a 1-to-1 thing
absolutely.
that happened, and like I feel like if I was in his headspace, like I would be questioning like a lot.
Give me a wisdom or an intelligence check, your choice. It's basically just whichever your stats is better.
Well, intelligence is a modifier of 1, so we're gonna go with that over a modifier of 0.
14. Okay. You've always been a little bit hazy on the storm that claimed the ship that you were on and your family. The details of it are jarring. You just remember screams. You remember a ship foundering. You remember, but the one thing that you're able to sort of pull into your memory and compare with this is you remember a storm, like clouds in the sky, lightning lashing down, rain, as opposed to this, which was a tidal wave of water. So you are with that 14, you're able to pull out that difference at the very least. And that feels pretty clear. Your head hurts like hell, probably from the fact that you just got tossed on a beach. This is, as you kind of commented, not your first go round at this. Thatcher, with your 19 perception, you can see that some of the people from the ship are also washed up on the shore above the table. I am referring here to the other player characters. Mm-hmm. You can certainly see that some of them are pretty hurt. Marina did not have a great time with the scream from the creature.
I would be asking her in her head if she needs healing. Almost immediately.
Say, how fucked up am I?
You're, I think, down to like 5 HP.
Oh.
Yeah, fucked up.
Okay. Well, I will do a cure wounds on you.
Okay.
And so are the other player characters the only ones that I see?
Yeah, I just wanted to resolve that healing, and then we'll touch on. So you get back 11. I will adjust your hit points. So you lost 15. So -4, basically. Yeah, you're back to almost full.
Okay.
With that 19, so
So-
as you sorry, just to finish out the perception check, as you look beyond just like the shoreline, you can kind of actually see a set of footprints from a depression in the sand that's along the shoreline, very similar to the ones that you yourselves have created. If that makes sense. So like it looks like someone sort of moving inland from where they'd washed up on shore. However, with that 19, you notice that those footprints are dug into the sand, like they're deep footprints. So either the figure was extremely heavy or running very fast. And as you look at it, you sort of see more normal prints leading away from where they seem to be lying in the sand. And then, about the middle of the beach, they start turning into these very deep footprints. And with that 19, actually, you even look around a little bit. There's maybe another set of footprints, different from the others, very small, like small sort of round, like circular impressions. But only occasionally in the same path will you see one of those or two, and they mostly don't seem to be very dug in.
And they're all so. There was the pair of deep footprints.
Mm-hmm.
Was there another set of normal footprints, or was it the same? Like it started out normal and then became
It
deep?
started out normal and then became deep, which would seem to suggest that either someone picked something up at that point, increasing their weight, so they dug into the sand more, or they started running.
And the smaller set of round circular footprints seem to be kind of going in the same direction.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. All right.
So everybody is up and conscious. You can interact.
I saw. Did I see? Can you tell visibly that Hunter was casting Cure Wounds on?
Yes.
Marina?
Hunter also, I think Cure Wounds is a range of touch, so Hunter would have come over to Marina, and you would have seen a little bit of...
I think it's got somatic and verbal components, if I'm remembering right, so you'd definitely be able to tell if it's a spell you recognize. You'd certainly be able to tell minimum that Hunter is casting the spell.
And
you would
does
also see Marina look far healthier and not nearly as, oh god, bleeding.
She looks a lot better. The other person who was kind of hit by the caning was Willie, right?
I believe so.
So I will find Willie and stagger over to him. Wherever he is.
On the far left.
On the far left. And where on this map are those footprints? Go away.
Those footprints are me drawing. Oh, hey, I should probably not
The wrong layer, maybe?
No. I need to draw them. I hadn't drawn them yet. No, I just the marker that I picked was defaulting to a color that would not stand out a lot from the sand. So they sort of start from a depression in the sand there, and then around this point, they become these deeper footprints.
Yeah. So I'll say that Thatcher was kind of surveying the scene, the shipwreck, checking in on who's here. This is
Alexandria.
Alexandria looks fine, right? And he sees these footprints as he kind of is crossing over. He makes sure not to disturb them, and then finds his way over to Willie and asks him, like, "Hey, how are you? How did you fare?"
I think it's possible I might have had worse, but it might have just been just about the same. And as he says this, Thatcher, he kind of like glances towards you. Willie has a feat called Heart of Darkness. And those who look into your eyes can sense that you have faced unimaginable horror and that you are no stranger to darkness. This isn't going to really impact anything that you do outside of, like, you're kind of able to fully see the gravitas of this moment, like, on my face. But I'm kind of, like, giving the impression that I'm mostly okay.
Interesting. Does that seem... Would that gravitas and that darkness be kind of something that Willie has been kind of hiding for the last week or so, however long we've known each other? Like, and you've been kind of chatting with me and telling me kind of, I think, right? Like telling Thatcher.
I think like it's something that you suspected was there because, but now it's like you're seeing a clear link between these things.
Sure. So there's a clarity here. So yeah, okay. Thatcher will be kind of he'll tune into that and be struck by your Heart of Darkness, and he will he'll use a healing kit on you, I think. Can I do that?
Yeah, you have the medic feat, right?
I have the healer feat, which I'm an able physician, allowing me to mend wounds quickly. When you use a healer's kit to stabilize a dying creature.
But then at the bottom one, you can
spend one use of a healer's kit to tend to a creature and restore 1d6 plus 4 plus additional hit points. So I'll roll a d6.
Yep.
All right.
So that's a d6 plus 4 plus another 4 for the maximum number of hit dice, so 14 hit points back.
I'm back to full.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Thatcher. That was just what I needed. How is everyone else faring? Okay. Looked like. Oh my gosh, Mayrid. Mayrina. Okay, sorry, I don't have the names in front of me.
You're good.
Looks like Mayrina might have also gotten hit quite a bit.
Yeah, she looks like she's doing a lot better after that undead did something to her. Would I expect a normal undead to be able to cast a spell like that?
Not really.
All right, that's interesting.
Wait, it's an undead.
Right. I wonder if this is something that my divine sense would give me any information.
You'd definitely be able to tell if you used your divine, the divine sense to see if you could sense the presence.
I just thought Hunter was just a bit gaunt. But...
What would I be able to tell?
I believe it tells.
You'd be able to tell that I'm undead.
Yeah.
I would register
that you are undead.
Yep. I am undead.
That's so interesting.
We can even say that you've done that at some point previously on the ship.
Yeah, so I already
knew this figure.
That. Okay.
Wandering around.
I think everyone's fine. I don't know where the crew is. there's some footprints over there that I think we should probably investigate because somebody might have survived. But
Yeah, I'll take a look.
you're okay, right? You said something like this happened to you when you were a kid too, right? Does this happen all the time at sea?
Well, I mean, I told you back at Greenleaf's smithing that yeah, there's a lot of these kinds of things happening apparently, which is why I was on my way up to Tormenryle, but it looked like I didn't even have to make it that far.
Yeah. And Thatcher will just kind of be looking out over the wreckage. And maybe if you're about to head over to investigate the footprints, like before you leave, he'll just kind of ask you, like, do you know why it was called the Marid's Wish?
No, I don't believe I do. Do you?
Do I?
No,
Go away?
it was just the name of the ship. You would know that a Marid is a type of djinn associated with the water.
Hmm.
Oh, right, yeah.
Well, I'll just kind of be looking out for a bit now. Just gonna...
Doesn't quite feel like we had Marid's luck with us
No,
today.
This is
and
my first time leaving home, and this happens. I wonder if I'm as cursed as you are.
I certainly hope not. And as I'm walking over, I'll give like a cursory glance over to Alexandria and Marina and everyone. Just make sure they're okay. But I'm gonna take a look at the footprints.
And I point everything, all those details out to him.
So I think specifically, what my number one concerns are, like, one, are these tracks outside of the, regular humanoid footprints that I would recognize, and two, if I'm able to follow them further beyond the edge of the sand, like if I can kind of get a sense of a trail into the woods.
So give me a nature check to see if you sort of recognize these other tracks, and give me a survival check to see how well you can track.
All right, so here is the nature, which I don't have any bonuses to.
19. Very nice. And then go ahead and give me the survival check as well. We'll just have both of the rolls.
Yeah, and then here's your survival check, which I do have proficiency in. Thanks.
20. Very good. Not bad. So you're able to follow the tracks very easily. You come to sort of this first point where the just standing tracks are, the sort of the round, smaller tracks. And let me grab you and move you. They sort of are first by this tree. And you stop to look at them, but as you do, you actually notice on the far side of the tree from the shore, you see several birds on the ground, gulls, dead, and their bodies are oddly ashen in color.
They're oddly what?
Ashen, sort of grayish.
Is it like something had happened to them, or that's just like the color?
No, as you look at them, and I'm sort of rolling your nature through to look at the tracks and look at these birds look like they died terrified, and are unnaturally gray. You also notice, looking down at the little tracks, it's very hard to see it, but every one of these circles is very faintly in the sand, which is still kind of, even up here, is just a little bit wet, so it holds its shape a little bit better. It's twisted. So it looks like something almost was twisted in that was sort of that circular shape, not just...
So it wasn't like a walking stick.
It wasn't like a walking stick. It's something was there, and then like almost as it was being put down, twisted. You do not know anything in nature that makes those as tracks. at least nothing you're familiar with. You are very able to follow these tracks in as you keep going in, sort of towards the tree line, next to one of, again, these circular prints, these small prints. You see a tree that looks like it's shattered. And as you sort of pause to look at it, you notice that it's not shattered, not in the normal way. Like, it's not bent until it broke. A point in the middle of it the entire tree has twisted around that point until it broke. And you see a trail that goes further into the forest, and you're able to track it pretty easily.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna go that far ahead without anyone else, but I'll kind of make a mental note of where I'm seeing it go and then head back.
And I would say to Marina, can I follow? Or should I stay with you?
I believe at this point it's probably best for us to all stay together. So, as a group consensus, I believe there's no more point in us standing at the beach looking at the destructive wreck. Seems our best path forward is ahead. What say everyone?
And as you say that, I think, Willie arrives back. Pray heed, my friends. While we may be alive right now, I do not think we're safe here. There's thousands. There's birds dead by the dozens around these trees. There's very confusing tracks heading towards the wood. But I don't think staying here out in the open is wise.
I'm a city girl. I'm not sure how well it's gonna go being not in the open either. Do we know where here is? Is this normal? Will they be sending rescue ships? Will they know we crashed?
With my sailing experience, would I know maybe or have an idea of where we are?
Same.
Yeah. Both of you know roughly the course that the Merid's Wish was taking. I mean, was designed to take. You hadn't encountered any storms or anything that would blow you way off of course. You know where you were, in a rough sense when you encountered this creature. You were 8 days into the journey. You know which direction you were sailing. You know where it was because it appeared at the bow and was essentially reversing your course. You know from looking at the sun and where you are that you're on the northern part of an island. Unlike Wizards of the Coast, I don't change the orientation of the map so that north is left. God help you. And here's the thing. This isn't a massive island, but it's sizable. Like, this isn't like a small key or anything. You can't walk around it in an hour. You see large spires of rock further in. It shouldn't be here. If you got blown back south, which is the way you came, and you've landed on this island from going south on the northern part of it, admittedly you lost consciousness, so you might have drifted some. This isn't anything that you encountered along your course. Furthermore, the air is warm. The sun is very bright. I would say, especially Marina, who's used to sailing and sort of noticing these types of things, the sun is too overhead. It's winter right now. The sun should be sloped further sort of to the northern side of the plane, and it's just sort of directly overhead. This feels almost like it's summer, which is odd.
So, like, we're in a different hemisphere?
Different hemisphere, different time. Oh, look, potential time fuckery. Waka waka.
But what seems like the more likely assumption for our compatriots? Probably not time fuckery. Right?
Probably not time fuckery. But I would say that, although almost, Mayrina, I would say, with a lot of experience sailing, is faced with two alternatives. Either you are now in a different hemisphere. That ain't great. And that's not super plausible, given where you were, which was pretty sort of near the equator of Tyr. Or you're in a different time. That's also not great and not super plausible, but those are the options that you're kind of left with in order to explain the phenomena that Mayrina and, to a slightly lesser degree, Hunter are able to notice. I will say, as you sort of have this conversation of, yeah, probably should stick together, blah, blah, blah. Glad Adam's moving out right for this part.
I think he
He has Bluetooth headphones on.
No, I know he can still hear.
I'll be back in like 10 seconds.
You're good. No, I wasn't. Sorry, I wasn't trying to give you shit. It was just kind of funny. From further inland, south, you hear a scream. And some birds will sort of take flight up.
What sort of scream? Describe this to me, or scream for me. One of those.
I'm not going to scream because I've not been good at knowing exactly where these levels are, and I'm not going to blow out anyone's ears.
Do it, Galway. Do it for
No.
dramatic effect.
It's probably actually seriously.
We'll
what
add it
said.
in post.
It sounds like a person, and it sounds terrified.
So not like an angry scream, like a.
No, this isn't like
Okay.
a roar of joining battle. This is terror.
Right. This isn't like a banshee wailing scream, or
No, it sounds like a person being really terrified.
okay.
So
What's
would
happening with the sailors? I think we have to go help, right?
Did we have any sailors with us that sounded like they could make such a scream?
Yeah, it's a person screaming. If you had to hazard a guess, it's a man's voice screaming.
Lots of men sailors, I assume.
Men sailors.
would Mayrina or was it Alexandria that had the assumptions about time versus locale?
There's Marina and Hunter.
Mayrina.
Hunter.
Alexandria is in way over her head.
Yeah, that's what I
Alexandria is like,
thought.
does this normally
City
happen on
girl.
voyages?
So would either of you have divulged this conundrum to the party before the scream happened? Or was there not time for that?
I don't think there was sort of time.
No.
In DM's omniscience, I was sort of doing it as they figured that out. What punctuated that then was a scream.
Okay.
Alexandria has been hurriedly picking her way along the beach inward. She's not quite running because she doesn't trust sand. It's strange.
Was the
but-
scream vaguely in the direction of the trail that I had
Yes.
parsed? Okay, all right. So I think I'm gonna take the charge.
We can't let her go alone.
Yeah, she's almost to the tree line. She's just like
Alright.
booking it.
All right. Well, yeah.
Thatcher's following and falling a bit back,
Right.
but yeah.
Marina's going to be slightly kind of kidding those who are a little less inept to do this as kind of a buffer between the two of them.
Did we hang out long enough on the beach to get a short rest? I assume not, but I'm just double checking.
No.
How long were we there?
I don't think being shipwrecked counts as a short rest.
I don't know. I got us a little bit of sleep there.
Yeah.
Unconscious
Got you a
and
little bit
same
of
as sleep.
unconsciousness, not so much sleep.
The same.
You begin making your way through very quickly. I'm At this point, I'm turning you because this is the only. This doesn't really matter as a map. I'm just turning you to this pretty view of an island. Don't try to navigate by this or anything. It's just to give you something to look at while we move away from anything that requires.
What does that random indentation in that very little section mean?
It's obviously very meaningful. And
There.
is it just me, or does this island look kind of like it has the skin
A uvula?
of
Yes.
SpongeBob SquarePants? This looks like a sponge island.
Where do I find Bikini
Adam,
Bottom?
have you
I
ever
want a
seen
Krusty
SpongeBob
Krab.
SquarePants?
No.
Okay,
Checks
the
out.
question is, does the Krusty Krab deliver pizza to this location?
No.
Krabby Patties. You gotta get Krabby Patties.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Mm,
But they deliver at night.
I think this looks like it could be like
Krusty Krab.
SpongeBob with gangrene.
That's horrifying.
It
Like, I
is.
guess, like,
Anywho.
zombie SpongeBob with gangrene and pieces falling off and stuff.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
Maybe SpongeBob and Plankton finally came together, and this is their island.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Sorry,
As you
Galway.
charge forward, Willie sort of following the trail that he's sort of marked in his head, and then continuing to follow it. As you do this, you sort of in a not even a clearing, just amidst trees. They're still it's very sparsely treed. Like this isn't like a forest or anything. You find one of the sailors from the ship. His skin is drawn completely taut across his face, and is now a sort of an ash gray. And even in what is pretty obviously to any of you with medical training, death, his eyes are open wide and his pupils are dilated. Thatcher. Sorry, I was like, Asher? No, I just kept saying Ashy. Thatcher, looking at this, you would have to say that something that can do this to a person is unlikely to be great for you to run into.
And this seems like you said this is a dead body,
Yes,
and it seems to be the source of the scream that we heard.
presumably, yes.
Well, I Thatcher would do a check to make sure that he's really dead, and
Give
that
me a
there's
med
nothing
check.
I can do.
17.
17.
Very good. He's dead. He's definitely dead.
And yeah, trying to understand whatever I can about what might have
There
done this.
doesn't seem to be any physical trauma on him that you can see. You hesitate to say such a thing because I feel like you're a little bit more of the, physical medicine, etc. But if you had to posit a guess, this man died of being terrified.
I was going to say lack of physical trauma. Like, this man died of a lack of therapy. Died of terror. Okay. That's scary. And this just happened. Something just happened. We heard the scream, we ran, and now Thatcher is very scared, and he's looking around trying to see, is there something awful and dangerous about to kill me?
This is where we thought we heard the scream, right?
Yes.
It wasn't further in? Okay.
No, this seems about right. It's a couple minutes sort of run in. It's hard to be precise with distances like that, but it lines up.
Whatever got a hold of this sailor was the same thing that killed all the birds. They were all shocked and like they had just seen something and died.
Should we go back to the beach? There weren't dead birds or sailors on the beach.
To be clear, the dead birds were on the beach.
Well, not right by the water. Maybe it's scared of the water.
Footprints come out of the water.
Did what come out of the water?
The footprints.
Have we heard Hunter talk before?
Probably not.
Alexandria's just kind of staring at them in shock.
It heals and it talks.
Hey, I'm not
I
sure
mean,
you
to
should
be
refer
fair,
to
you
them as
heal
undead.
and you're talking as well. So what's the difference between you and Hunter here? Don't judge their skin tone. They might look a little different, but there's no reason to be worried about anything. We're just trying to help.
At your question about what's the difference between the two of you, Thatcher has a flashback to the crew member mistaking him for Hunter, and he feels chastened and humbled and existential.
Like he just watched an episode of SpongeBob.
That's how you scream into a mic, Galway.
Yeah, that's just not a death terror, though.
So yeah, does Thatcher see anything dangerous around?
Give me a perception check real quick.
17.
17. Looking around, you can see leading off to your left, so to the east, some more of these odd, small tracks, the sort of circular ones. And as you sort of look out to that direction, your attention is grabbed. And you sort of stand and begin following it. You see a small painting hanging from one of these trees. And you go over to it, and it's of a style that you're familiar with, formal sort of portraiture. And it's the Reed family portrait, with you having been very sort of hastily scrawled out, so that you've been painted over, Thatcher. And as you turn back towards the group, you're standing on a vast plain, and there are just dead bodies everywhere. Some look like they have died of wounds. Some look like they've maybe been crushed. Some look like they've perhaps died of sickness, but you are just surrounded by the dead that you cannot help. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oy, that's rough.
Do the rest of us see any of these things?
Let me make a wisdom saving throw, and I'll tell you exactly what you see.
Thatcher screaming in terror
Nat
and dying?
20 for a total of 25.
Thank God.
You still see all of this. And then you just sort of like blink and all of that is gone. You are looking now back at your companions from the ship, who are kind of looking at you, wondering what you see. You pivot back towards the tree where you had seen this family portrait with you painted out. You see a weird distortion in the tree, as if part of the tree bark, it's a palm tree, but as if part of the tree had sort of twisted on itself. But certainly no portrait or anything of the kind.
Cool, yeah. Powerful moment. I mean, I'm gonna say this and just flag it as just like and this is like, yeah, that was a powerful moment for me, just because like yesterday was a really hard day at work, and like I found out that one of my favorite residents had just died on Monday. So like, yeah, it's very like, it resonates. It's like, the people I can't help So
Do we need to pause?
I'm good. I'm
Okay.
totally good. I
Just wanna make sure.
I'm flagging it, surfacing it, offering it to the table as just, yeah. But it was a good moment. I like that. So thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Um,
It's totally okay if you need to pause. Totally okay if you need to step away.
Yeah, no, Thatcher's just kind of in a daze, and just like, yeah, he's just standing there. He's not sure what just happened.
Thatcher, are you okay?
Something's, and he throws up, and then he shoots right back up. Happening.
I think we should go back to the beach where something wasn't happening.
The tracks that you can see, Thatcher, do look like they might be curving back towards the beach.
Fuck!
That's hilarious. I'll let you all decide where we go. I'm just here to help. I was gonna go try to help in Amikia.
Amechia.
I was gonna try to help there. I guess I'm not gonna go there. I guess maybe I might be needed here. So just you guys make decisions, and I'll do my best to help where I can, if that's even ever possible.
I'm not good at making decisions like this. This isn't the type of thing I've dealt with before. I think we should find somewhere to hide until help comes, because help is coming, right? They'll know that we shipwrecked and they'll find us.
What if we are the help?
Alexandria, I hate to be that person, because I know this is quite scary for someone who's never done this before, but as someone who spent the majority of my life in these sort of situations, there's going to be no one coming for us. If we don't save ourselves, we're just going to be just like that body that we saw. So I hate to be the person to say this, but you got to man up and you got to make some decisions. And I feel like as a group, we're all together now. We're all bonded now. And we need to do this together because there's no one else that's going to be able to do it for us. And so I need you all to come together and make that pact right now that we're going to do this, hell or high water, and we're going to get it done. And if we don't succeed, maybe those behind us will. But if we don't try, we're just about dead as the rest of them. So what's the point in sitting around here and waiting for help to come for us?
If we don't try, we won't succeed.
I don't think we have any other choice, honestly. You have my sword.
And you have my bow.
And you
My
have
healing.
my nausea. But I
You know, we're not on the ship anymore. You don't need to keep doing.
I would suggest there's a little ditch right over there. You might want to go over there and do it. No offense, but some of us might have a gag reflex, and that we don't need that right now.
I think I'm fine for now, but I think you're right. I think we are bonded, and I think we need to make decisions. But yeah, maybe we're bonded in a way that maybe, someday in the flash forward or a flash sideways, maybe at the end of our lives we'll all like meet again, like in a temple or something, because of the time we spent together on this island.
And
Right.
I think that Willie's gonna just like turn to Marina and be like, pray tell, is Thatcher going to be all right? Because
Um,
he's speaking words. But I'm
uh,
deeply concerned for his mental well-being in this moment. And he is
uh,
our healer.
he
And it
he
is
is
not
our
okay.
he is he is our healer, and I
Huh.
think we might
Yeah.
want to pat him on the back a little bit and do that. You know, when you got a small child and you need to kind of lie to them without actually lying to them, and just kind of make it a ball about rainbows and sunshine. I feel like that might be our best course of action, and also if maybe someone has a pail or a bucket to bring along with us, or a shovel, so we can make a little hole for all the bodily functions that might come out of him. And who knows, they might be elixir worthy later. I don't know if we have anybody that would actually be interested in that, but waste not, want not in our line of business, as you know.
A pail might help. And just point out that I've gathered that I'm not the only healer here. Hunter, you seem to be uh, surprisingly adept at that. And also, I just feel just one more thing, just one more. I just feel obligated to ask one question, which is this: guys, where are we?
We're exactly where we need to be at this very moment.
We are right here.
We are right
Right
here. We are together, and we are ready to move on to the next stage of this journey. And if anybody is not ready for that, we'll just kick you along right along the way, because we need everybody that we can get. Sound fair?
Is the
Sounds-
next stage of the journey hiding?
No. But you're more than welcome to. I'm not that large, but you're more than welcome to hide behind me during battle if you'd like. Just
I
as
mean,
long as.
I'm going to hide behind all of you. I am not spec'd for combat.
Well, just point them all out as you go along. You got your uses, don't you worry.
Yes, if we need to like persuade anybody or make sure that they feel really good about things, I'm good at that. So maybe we can talk the terrifying monster that I assume is stalking us right now, waiting to terrify us to death until yeah, maybe we can talk them to death. Yeah.
Talking to death always seems like a poor choice, but maybe
I
you're
did see
charismatic
her.
enough, and I'm charismatic enough, and Hunter's charismatic enough. But maybe we'll have a shot.
um,
I did see her insult some of those methods and injure them. So
Yes. Sometimes my talking can be very persuasive.
Thatcher, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I thought we were heading back to the beach.
Well, let's go. Thatcher, lead the way.
I expressly said that I would not be doing that.
I,
All right, who's gonna lead the way
I,
then?
I can lead the way. I got to see it, but Thatcher, you're a godly man, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't. Please forgive me, but I don't really know how all of that works. But I've heard that you might beseech your god and maybe get us, some sort of. They might have an answer for us. Maybe I don't know.
I could do a religion check. Especially, well, weirdly, like actually, in light of after that vision on the other plane, Thatcher would definitely feel the need to kind of try to check in with what's
Vola.
Vola. I'm sorry, and my roll 20 is
You're good.
freezing. I'm gonna refresh it. But I might if I don't know what a religion check would actually do, but I think it's in character for me to.
It might make you feel better.
I'll do that.
I legit thought you were going to fumble that.
I keep rolling 17s. The last 3 rolls might have been
17. You are shaken by what you saw, but I would say with a religion check, also sort of what you settled on at the end of that does sort of ring true. There is healing and help and aid to be provided exactly where you are. Though you are a little bit concerned about something that terrifies people to death, and whose very remnants seem to invoke trauma.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, no, that's I like that. So he'll be a bit more grounded and present and ready to do what needs to be done.
Galway would, and this is something that I don't think, even if I had the answer to that, I would really divulge to the group. But at any point in my like goings about trying to, find, what people might have just considered like hearsay or stories of, mishap upon the sea, would like large ocean serpent, petrification of people and stuff, would any of those things ring any bells? And if so, did anyone come back?
The creature that you saw, that giant sort of serpent made of water, the only thing that does, as someone who's investigated a lot of stuff, I'm not even going to make you roll for this. It's a little concerning that the only thing that you can think of that sort of meets that is a leviathan, which is an elder elemental. It's not good. You don't want to fuck with that. You've never heard it described as having those sort of jagged metal spikes along the top of its head. It's a little bit odd. It looked like nothing so much as a crown. That's not good, though. You don't want to run into a leviathan. It's not like it's necessarily ill-intentioned towards you, but it is, it screamed up a tidal wave. It's not a good time. The people being terrified to death, not so much a thing that you've come across in your stories. You have done enough, I would say, study as well, that maybe if you think about it, it seems a little bit odd that you could have hit an island, and you have heard rumors or stories of sailors who have seen ghost islands, that they call them, of like land masses that shouldn't be there, and then like they look and then they sort of get people because there's land where there shouldn't be, and then there's nothing there. So that kind of maybe rings true. I would also say that from your general experiences, Mayrina, Hunter, and probably also to some degree Willie, there we go. Keep trying to call one of you Asher. You might think that moving in more centrally would be good, because there do seem to be some, like, you gain some elevation, and you might be able to get a better sense of what the island looks like at that point. But yeah, that's about the shape of things. What would you like to do?
Think, knowing
Thatcher's
that
explicitly said not leading.
Yeah, I think knowing that, like, my survival instincts would, lead me to want to be, heading to that central location. Maybe we'll see, fire from like or smoke from a campfire or something like that. So yeah, I think Willie would offer that to the group, that perhaps heading further inland to get a lay of the land. We don't really know that we're even on an island, right? Like, is this small enough that we know it's an island, or is it like large enough that it's kind of, it could go either way?
It could go either way. You would suspect you're on an island, if only because you really shouldn't have gotten back to Greenwoods. You know, that would then be you were knocked 8 days backwards. So that would be pretty extreme. So I would say that your baseline assumption would be that this is an island, but again, it's large enough. And you did see chunks of coast that suggested stuff wrapping around to the south a little bit. But it's hard to tell. Big enough that it
Okay.
has spires on it, like towers of rock.
So I know there's something of a group consensus for us to head back to the beach, and while I'm not entirely disagreeable, I think it might be wise if we try to get a better lay of the land we're on. Maybe there's a campfire or some other signs of life here, if there are still people here that aren't just us.
Find some higher ground. Take a look.
I like that consensus in the group is also just like, we're not going to deal with the fact that the undead is talking. That's cool. They talk. Moving along.
Good. Perfectly normal, just like you and me.
So yeah.
Mhm.
You begin making your way inland. There is a bit of a trail that you can kind of pick your way through. Willie, you're sort of taking the lead on this. It's not footprints, it's not like tracking, but you can notice that there is a little bit of, maybe it's an animal trail. The undergrowth is just a little cleaner there. You can sort of follow a line that seems to be wending its way forward. Around you, this island is definitely sort of tropical in nature. The weather is warm, bordering on hot. You can hear birds and other animals calling or stirring. Though to the east and north, so off the direction you saw those trails and back towards the beach, you mostly hear the sound of like movement away. Like you do sort of see birds almost take off at points. And you hear a little bit of sort of skittering.
So
And
away
you-
from us, like we're the ones disturbing them.
No.
Oh, okay.
Away from something else that moved to the east,
Okay.
which is where the strange twisted tracks went, and looped back a little bit to the north towards the beach. Yeah, you're making your way forward. You're gaining some elevation. And after about a couple of hours, you come across something odd. You come across a tower that's not very tall. It's broken off. It's cracked and split. But what's odd about it is of a style and a material that you've never seen before. It's made of smooth, elegant lines, like a very clean, geometric shape. And it seems to be made of metal, but it is still gleaming and highly reflective, despite the fact that it's also choked with vines and broken down, which is not a thing you associate with metal. And ahead of you, you can now see a low wall, something closer to the architecture you're familiar with, though materials that are foreign, pale stone. Marina, you would have seen this kind of stone before in Frostheim and Genshin. And Alexandria, you would also know of such stone. You've seen it some in Amechia and Forian, and sort of the more upper class art pieces can sometimes be made of it. It's a stone that's native to the northeastern continent.
Is it just like fancy stone, like marble?
Yeah,
Or is there
basically.
something
It's just
special
like
about it?
a palish, sort of milky colored marble. A little bit more
Northeast?
crystalline. in
Northeastern continent, you said?
Yeah, so Yenshin, Frostheim, and Rourke.
This. I don't know much about geography, but the stone is used in really bougie statues and stuff, and it's not from where we were headed. It's not from Greenwoods. It's not from the continent that has Amekia and Forian, or whatever island. Are these continents?
Yeah,
I think they're
basically.
okay. It's from Frostheim. Could we have gotten blown or washed all the way over to Frostheim?
I'm sorry, but isn't Frostheim also very cold?
Generally. The southern parts of it are a
And
bit more
is
temperate.
Yanshin as well?
Yenshin is a little more temperate. It gets a little bit more temperate as you move east there. Rourke and Yenshin are more temperate. Frostheim is a little bit more based in the northern part of it.
Well, the continent, not necessarily Frostheim, Rourke or Yanshin also. So, I mean, I suppose beaches there could look like this. I've never been there.
Coming from Rourke, would any of this look familiar?
No.
Like nothing. This
No.
could be like, this isn't home.
The other thing that I would certainly say is that you would be more familiar. You're from the area where these stones are quarried.
Okay.
They're unusual. Much like Alexandria said, you use them for statuary or decorative accents, or this is just a wall. Like, you don't make a wall out of this. This seems odd at best.
Does it appear to be like this is the natural formation of this rock,
it's
or
clearly
has it been
worked.
like hewn? Okay.
It's clearly worked. If you press on, you see more sort of ruins, walls, towers, each of them made from different materials and different styles, most with no obvious purpose outside of being a chunk of a building. But occasionally you do see something that you think you can identify a purpose for, but it doesn't make sense with where it is, where it's located. You can see what you're pretty sure would be an aqueduct of glistening black glass for a short span of it. But there's nowhere for it to be carrying water from or to. You pass...
Almost like chunks of things have been stuck.
Sorta,
in
yeah.
Places have...
You pass some crumbling structures of dark gray, which look like stone, but they're actually something else. They're sort of gritty, solid, but rough textured. Some are painted with, or some are covered with like little scraps of a painting, paint laid over the stone itself, one of which you can see looks like a red cat, somewhat stylized.
Red cat.
And turning a corner around a rise, you see buildings constructed from wood and plants such as you can see around you now. They huddle behind a low wall made from brick, so dirty it is nearly black. One corner is worn and faded with a piece of paper on it, with a startlingly detailed painting of a tiefling woman and words beneath it, though you cannot read what they say. But now, stirring from a corner ahead of you, you see a furbolg man, sort of cautiously peering around a corner, wearing an outfit of rough, tattered cloth. He's just going to sort of look at you.
Hi.
So if he looks at me, he has a strong urge to help me.
Because he gets the sense
As
that you
is my
have
heart
seen
of darkness.
Terrible things. Okay, fair. He's going to sort of see him like look at you. And someone had started to say something, I think. Someone else.
Hi. Do you live here?
Looks at sort of Willie again. And that specifically is like they think that they should help you and that you've survived bad things. You sort of like step out and bow slightly towards you. Do have knowing health?
Is that you do have knowing health?
Yes. That is what he said.
into Marina's head, I'll say, he doesn't speak common, perhaps?
Perhaps. What language does he speak?
He was speaking broken common.
Okay.
Like that it literally came out brokenly, but it was common-ish. He pronounced some things somewhat strangely. I was trying to represent that both he was pronouncing things a little bit oddly, and to your ears, it was very broken up grammatically.
Knowing health, like doctors, medicine.
Make sick health.
Do we? So first of all, do we all see that painting that you mentioned? The painting of the tiefling woman.
Yes, that you do all see.
So that so Thatcher would have had a moment where he kind of asked whoever was closest to him, maybe Alexandria, like, "Do you see that painting too?"
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little weird to be out here.
Yeah.
This is all a little weird.
So, and then, yeah, with this interaction, he would step forward. He says, "Yes, a couple of us," and he would motion to Hunter. We have knowing health. We make sick health.
You help sick health?
Yes. Do you need help? How can
this come?
I'll step forward.
Come,
lead
come.
the way?
And he'll sort of motion you into sort of this. There's some buildings again which are hewn from sort of palm frond thatched roofs with rough wood sort of planking, and there's several of them. And now you can see sort of around the corner of that wall where there was that very oddly detailed picture. You can see several figures standing around one figure who is lying on the ground. There's the Furbolg man who's moving you forward. You can see a goblin, a wood elf, and a human. And then the figure on the ground is a human. And he'll sort of he'll sort of tap himself. Davkern. Davkern. I will also just say, not that he's going to introduce himself with it, but Davkern's pronouns are he, him, and he is a Furbolg. And he'll sort of move you forward and point at the man on the ground. Be like, make health?
Thinking how desperate they must be to instantly trust an undead or someone that looks like it. I'll just kneel down and take a look.
Yeah, you see a man. It's a human man. Fair hair, very sort of tousled, and it's messy and very slightly damp. He's wearing just sort of scraps of clothing, a pale, like a whitish tunic or shirt, dark pants, again, all cloth, no armor, just clothing. And he appears to be unconscious.
Feverish or injured?
Seems to be unconscious, doesn't seem wounded, but does seem unconscious.
Okay.
So Thatcher will say, he'll point to the Furbolg. Davkern?
Davkern.
Thatcher.
Thatcher, yes.
And then points to the man on the ground. No?
No.
Do you know his name?
No.
All right. Then I'll kneel down next to Hunter and do a... Can we kind of help each other do like a medicine check?
Sure. You could, one of you could make a medicine check with advantage. Alternately, you could each roll medicine, and I'll take the higher of your two rolls.
I've got a +6 on medicine.
Nice. I've got a +5, so
you can give Hunter advantage.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
21.
Yeah.
The man is unconscious, certainly. The man does not seem to be in... I'm trying to think of how to say this. He is unwell / harmed without obvious physical harm or illness. Metagame, like above the table, he seems like he has lost HP without having been harmed.
Okay. So like psychic damage or something.
It could be psychic damage. It could be an effect that just lowered HP without leaving like damaging marks on him.
But it is something that I feel like a spell, like a healing spell would
healing
help.
spell. You also would say, based on what you saw of what Thatcher could do, Thatcher's use of a med kit may well be able to help him.
Okay. Thatcher, I would suggest perhaps trying your med kit first to save spells and see how that goes.
Sure, I've got plenty of kits with plenty of uses, so I'll go ahead and use the healing kit on him, however seems appropriate.
Yeah, so roll a d6 for me.
And by the way, thank you for accepting me. Must be strange for a paladin.
Cool.
Well, I'm not your typical paladin.
Very good.
I think we've got bigger fish to fry than whatever questions I have about your whole deal.
Nice.
You'll see sort of the man's eyes like flutter open. His eyes are a striking shade of green. And sort of like, where am I?
I'll move back slightly so that he sees Thatcher more.
Who?
So, do these figures? These are not. None of them look familiar to me. They were not members of the crew.
No, certainly none of these.
What does this man that we just revived look like? Other than the green eyes,
human, pale skin, blonde to very light brown hair that's sort of very mussed up, wearing sort of scraps of clothing, slightly damp for his hair.
I'll respond to him. I'd say, take it easy. That was 1d6 plus 4 hit points, right? With the healing feat. My name's Thatcher. Do you understand me? My name's Thatcher. What's your name?
A little. I don't name. I don't know.
Okay. That's fine. We're on what seems to be an island. Do you know the word island? Are we on an island? Are you
behind you?
Live
behind you? Davkern will go. Yes, island.
Do you live here?
Are you addressing this to Davkern or the amnesiac?
Kind of to all of these figures, but looking at Davkern and then looking to the figure like
the figures, except for the amnesiac, will all sort of nod at, do you live here? The amnesiac will be, I don't know. A journey? A journey. No, I'm sorry.
You were on a journey like us. Okay. So how does he does he look like he'd benefit from another use of the healing kit?
Not necessarily. He looks like he's conscious. He mostly looks like he's confused or dazed. You're not sure that that's physical healing or anything is going to do anything to that.
Okay. All right.
The others will be like, yeah, island. Yes, island.
What language? What is your language?
Language.
I'll say something in Infernal because it's the only other language I know. Just like,
But you sort of produce a different series of sounds. You'll see them stop. Davkern will begin speaking far less haltingly in a different language.
and
Would
I'll
I
look
work?
at.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I look at you.
I say, would I recognize any of the languages that they're speaking?
What do... You've got a long list. I'm just going to quickly look at...
I do.
While I'm looking at this,
I
Alexandria,
also
what
have a
languages do you
long
speak?
list. Yeah, I don't think we fully overlap. I'm Common, Draconic, Elvish, Giant, Thieves' Cant, and Dwarvish.
Okay. I have forgotten the character sheet I'm looking for. It is Marina's. Marina, Common, no, neither of you recognize what he's speaking.
We speak almost all the languages, Galway.
Do you see my fourth language?
I do not. I can click into you though. You're Thatcher. Oh my god, roll 20. Could you move a little faster? No, it is not your fourth language.
Okay.
One of the others, the goblin, is now speaking Goblin, which I believe at least Marina speaks, but it's also kind of broken. It doesn't quite sound like Goblin to you, but you'll get like I'm Jump, and she uses she/they pronouns. Think he's new with you? One of yours? Pointing at the person who's on the ground, the human man.
Do any of us recognize him?
No. I would have definitely said, I would have led with that. That's not a lead I would have buried. No, you do not recognize it.
And speaking back, no, he's not with us. Have you seen any? Do you know any of those around you? Or
jump here for quite a while, but not before. Met here.
What was your purpose here?
Was going, running, but not to here. Not here? I don't think. Here. An accident? I don't. I have a heart like him. Hard to remember.
Was there a boat and creatures and unexplainable tidal waves?
So you're pretty sure that they're tracking like boat, or they're trying to kind of think about it.
Yeah.
And then you sort of get to creatures, and you think that they're kind of trying to think about that. Then you get to unexplainable, like the words unexplainable tidal wave, and you just sort of like see the gum like vessel, yes, vessel going. Maybe things. I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. The other figures that you see, like I said, you see an elf, an elfin woman, who in Elvish, that you can actually understand pretty well. Anyone who speaks Elvish will be able to understand her pretty easily. It's like, I am Felkar. Her pronouns are she, her. As she comes sort of more into the sort of circle of people who are talking, you can see that the left side of her body, particularly her arm and part of her face, is just kind of a withered ruin. That is sort of scarred with almost faintly glowing purple lines. It's like, I did not know these people. I think you have understood what Jump is saying. Most of us cannot remember how we came to be here, but we have been here for some time. It is odd. It's hard to hold on to the days here, the moments passing by. But he is Davkern. They are Jump. They help with food preparation and healing. That they cannot do very much, just basics, bandaging, that kind of thing. I am Felkar. This one, they are Besset, we think. That is the only sound they have ever made, so we call them Besset. And that is a tall human, heavily muscled. Mayrina and Alexandria. Besset, you get the sense, is not understanding nearly anything anyone is saying. They are watching body language. You can tell that they are trying to sort of derive meaning and mood from how everyone is holding themselves. You get the sense that they understand that the other people from the island are explaining things to you. They seem to sort of be watching back and forth. They're intelligent, they're attentive, but it's not coming from language, you would suspect. And then Felkar will point to, and this one has just arrived. We found that way, pointing off to the west in a clearing.
Is the west?
It's away from. It's not where you came
away
from.
Where we were.
It's
Okay.
not where you came from or where you saw the tracks of the
Yeah.
twisted tracks going.
So, does Felkar? What's going on with her arm?
It's sort of withered and ruined, and it has sort of faint purple lines that are glowing slightly in it. They don't look like they're a pattern or anything. Like, they don't look like they're a tattoo or something that was written or inscribed.
Thatcher would say in Elven to her, like, what happened to your arm? May I look at it?
Yes. She can't lift the arm very well.
Can I do a medicine check on it?
Yes. She's like, the walls, defending the walls. I don't remember. The walls. Thatcher, you are from Greenwoods. And as you look at this flesh is I know I keep saying the word ruined. It isn't rotting, but it's almost like desiccated. The tracing on it, though, the sort of lines that you can see are something you are very familiar with coming from Greenwoods. This is blight. Her side has been blasted by the blight.
And there's no fixing that, is there?
Not really. Not with just healing spells or anything. That as a cleric, greater restoration, maybe, kinda, possibly, But honestly, with what you're seeing there, with the fact that like the arm is just sort of limp, Thatcher would have a better sense of it from the fact that this flesh is not alive, really, though it is not rotting. You might
Well,
be. Hmm?
sorry, you're going.
You might be better off with something like regeneration, if not, God help you, wish.
While Thatcher's examining, I would ask Felkar, do you know what's in the woods? There's something that's causing things to die of apparent fright.
The servant of terror.
The servant of terror.
Yes, it hunts. It prowls like an animal.
Has anyone seen it and not suffered the same fate?
It's and she'll point. Bassett, hunts, not it. That she'll sort of like try to. She looks like she's trying to think of the word and like makes a flapping motion with her hands, sort of pointing up at the sky. For food. He has once seen it, but it looked to the. Makes the flapping hand motion again, and he got back here. Jump saw it once, gathering mushrooms. She was gathering mushrooms, not it, and she hid, and it did not seem to find her.
Does Jump speak common?
A bit, slightly broken, common, but yeah.
Does anyone else need healing among you, Felkar?
No, I just this one, the new one.
Okay. And at this point, actually, Thatcher would realize that he himself could use some healing, so
anyone healing. Oh God, I feel like crap.
Yeah, right. he'll find a seat or something or a corner and apply a healing kit to himself.
So
I'll do the D6.
It's a D6 plus 8 total. So gone.
I don't even need that much, but we'll see.
This could be a short rest, right?
Oh,
I will say yes. This is now you're in a village. You're spending a little bit of time. If you want to spend about an hour, you would qualify for a short rest.
Well, that's great, but I've got so many healing kit uses.
Healing kits for days.
Because literally
he was 40 of them.
He was traveling to help with victims of an earthquake, so he was bringing medical supplies.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So so even if I rolled a 1 on a D6, like I'm back up to, so I'm not even gonna roll.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. You're gonna get 9 minimum.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
You're good. No, go ahead.
I'll go super fast. I was just gonna say I'm gonna speak with Jump and basically just ask, where was Jump when Jump saw the thing and what did it look like? The run of the mill questions that I would be asking.
Sure. And Chelsea, what were you gonna say?
I was just trying to remember who was the one who isn't speaking to us but is fully understanding of everything.
Bassett. A human.
Okay.
A tall, very muscular human. And they apparently what Felkar said was the only thing they've ever sort of said or sound they made was Besset. So the group has named them Besset, and they seem okay with that, but they don't really seem to speak any languages, and they're not sure how. And you and Alexandria got the sense that they don't really understand your languages, any of the ones that you've been speaking so far. They seem to just be looking at body language, including of the other villagers, quote unquote.
Okay.
They're just reading posture. I like as the hit dice begin to come in.
I only meant to roll one of those.
That's fine. You
Didn't Felkar say that Besset was one of the people that saw
yes,
the
Besset had seen it while out
How?
hunting.
how did they communicate this?
You can now see that as you're sort of turning and watching, and some of the I would assume you've all also been talking with your hands a little bit, and as you're talking to Jump, they'll Jump she'll go it was that way, pointing out further to the east, looking for the food. I'd not look, hide, just hide. Don't, never look, hide. And she's going to sort of look and point at like a deciduous tree that you can see inside, down in, just crouch, not look, just hear it. Wait until it's gone, then run back here. And as she's sort of pantomiming this at you, you're going to see Besset sort of like tapping to themselves. And the impression you're getting is, I saw it far out while like hunting, and then I turned and ran. Just ran, and it attacked the birds.
It seems that whatever this is, it's attacking things non-discriminately.
Not for food either. As we've seen all the dead laying about.
Not always for food, it seems. Maybe it is. And then like, Willie's face kind of goes more ghastly. Like maybe it's getting its food by just killing them.
That is killing for sport. Or maybe it's
Psychic
feeding.
energy.
Maybe it's just like devouring their life force or something.
Perhaps it's going for their souls.
As this, as you're having this, Felkar will sort of stop. Like, wait, you all, you remember how you got here? And
Yes.
you all still remember everything that's happened so far. I mean,
Just,
with the exception of when you were knocked unconscious. She's like, you remember.
Correct.
And she'll sort of turn to Devgren. The Nexus. They must go to the Nexus. They remember. Maybe they can do something. And she's going to sort of stop. Oh, there's a place in the center of the island. No path leads to it, but all paths lead to it. We call it the Nexus. The path to it does not seem to be the same. It changes. But trying to go to it, generally we end up at it. It's not like trying to say, I go this way for an hour and then this way and then this way. It's more just, I want to go there, and you go, and then you end up there. There are things there that words, maybe you can make sense of them, and maybe that can get us off this place.
It seems like our most promising lead.
Do we think that that is something that we could find on our own, or would we need the help of someone who's been there before?
She'd be like, she seems eager to go with you. At this sort of being raised, most of the villagers seem interested in going. You get the feeling that they have been stuck here for an unknown amount of time.
Well, at this point, I feel like any additional help is welcome. So if any of you are brave enough and willing enough to help us, if it can help us all, we'll gladly take what we can get.
Good. Yes. Good. Good. And Besset is going to sort of at this sort of, again, a gesture and sort of a not a twisting motion, but just sort of a central, like, and so yes, the Nexus. And he'll indicate that he's going to go. Felkar, Jump, Davkern will all indicate that they're going. The amnesiac is sort of blinking. It's like, do you answers there? Who I am? Where I can go?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We can try. We will try.
I suppose makes sense.
It's better than staying here and not knowing who you are at all.
Yeah. They'll sort of, yes. Yes. I come with you. And I'd say with that, I know we already took one break, but if we want to take another like 5-10 minute break, and then we can move on to the Nexus, if that sounds good to people.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cool.
Sure.
All right, everybody. Like I said, we're going to take a break. We'll try to make it just like a 5-10 minute break, just quick stand up stretch, get a drink, hang with us, and we will be on to the last portion of this when we come back.
Nice.
See y'all soon. Everybody, we are back. You all set out. It takes maybe about 30 minutes for them to gather together some limited possessions. Besset will grab a couple of sort of clearly somewhat crudely fashioned, but from lack of implements, spears. One of which, the point of which seems to be made out of a scrap of that very shiny, gleaming metal. It's been worked to a point. And everyone
I'll
else.
offer up my warhammer if someone thinks they can use it, since I've got a bow and other things.
And
Yeah, actually,
my warhammer.
If you do, Besset will probably actually grab that, hand one of the spears off to Davkern.
Yep, absolutely. I'll let Beth.
Who seems a little bit more comfortable with lighter weapons. And yeah, you all head out now with the members of this sort of village together. And yeah, anything anyone wants to do while on the road? I think you had something, Adam.
Yeah, at some point along the way, he would either catch up or fall back to match Hunter's stride, and he would kind of walk along and them, right? Them
Mm-hmm.
walk along them and look at them and say, "So, what is your deal?"
Don't really know, to be perfectly honest. I woke up in this body with no memories of what or who I used to be. And I don't know if this is even the body that I used to have. All I know is that I'm trapped inside here. And while I shouldn't be alive, and technically I suppose I'm not, here I am.
Here you are. Back on the beach, I saw a painting. It wasn't there, I don't think, but I saw a painting, not the tiefling one, but a painting of my family, which I left several years ago. I don't really stay in touch with them, but I was scrawled out of the painting, and then when I turned around, I was on another plane. I don't know what it was, a vision or something, but I'm committed to the life of a healer, but on this plane I saw all of these people who I couldn't help, and there was a moment where I stopped believing in healing, and beyond that I stopped believing in redemption, or my faith started to crumble. I want to believe that I can help, and I want to believe that people can be redeemed. And seeing you, meeting you, I don't know who or what you are or what your nature is, but it heartens me. It helps me to retain my faith that maybe even things like the undead, and maybe even things that are worse, can be brought into the light. So thank you.
I did nothing, but glad to be of service. I'm a healer, and I don't know what or who I am, but I know I heal. And
Yeah.
I have made it my mission to send off undead that are truly undead, unlike me. those that have no souls.
Yes, I struggle to. It's always been just a theoretical question for me. Like who can actually be saved, and at what point do I stop trying to save somebody? An undead, sending them off. I don't know. I'll have to find that line for myself. You've got a 6 to your medicine checks. You only have 5, and I'm a healer. That's wild. Anyway, that's cool. Let's get to this nexus. I wonder if anyone else is having any interesting conversations. That city girl, that city lady, she seemed interesting. Leah's like, what do you want from me, Adam?
Baton pass. Assuming the city girl does not want to suddenly be interesting. On cue with little prompting. You make your way through, increasingly climbing up, making your way through towards the sort of these rock spires. No one seems to really be leading, so to speak. There's a rough sort of marching order, but it seems to be from the behavior largely as Felkar said to you. It's not really a place that you're following a path to. It's just moving and a path, more or less. It isn't like, when I say a path sort of appears, I don't mean as if from nowhere suddenly there is a path. It's just your steps slowly are guiding you in towards a place. And after a bit, you come to a rock face. And there's a sense that the entire geometry and geography of the island focus in here. It's odd. Every line seems to slope into it slightly. Even the peaks seem like they lean in slightly to arch over it and join into it. Inscribed on the doors, very clearly in common, you can see first 1, now 9, ever and always hold the line. Memory yet pure, a trove held fast. The curse suffuses, no future or past.
Can you please write that into a chat for Tina
Yes.
and I as we ask right now?
Yo. I was gonna start to scribble it down, and then I thought, no.
I'll put it there,
Not gonna-
and I will put it in Twitch chat. First 1, now 9, ever and always hold the line. Memory yet pure, a trove held fast. The curse suffuses, no future or past. And it's very clearly also this rock face essentially has doors in it. You can quite clearly see them.
There are 9 of us.
Are there 9 or?
1, 2, 3, 4,
I think there are 10 of us.
5,
Did
6,
everybody come with us?
7, 8, 9.
Everyone came. There's 10.
Oh, 10.
Oh.
There were
are
the 4
not
from the
9 of
village
us.
and then the amnesiac.
Well,
Interesting.
does he really count? No.
Oh.
Jesus.
So yeah, what would you like to do?
Are there any glyphs or anything on the doors, like looking for? Have you been inside? Have you opened the doors?
What doors?
And I'll point them out.
Felkar and the rest are sort of clearly looking at what you're pointing. There are markings, strange markings, and they're pointing at the words that you all could read. No
But
door.
don't see doors.
No door.
No.
I'll go to see if I can open them.
Yeah, it's just sort of hewn stone. If you put your hand on it and push it, it opens. Like it swings, starts to swing open. I'm not gonna be like, yep, you touched it, it's open. But yeah.
I'll start to
As
push it
that
and then look at-
happens, the 5 from the village all sort of, well, 4 from the village and the amnesiac all sort of like pull back. It seems like they can now see this, but clearly could not before.
Continue. I'm looking around for nods or.
There is none but forward.
And I will
It's our
continue to
only
push.
option.
You begin making your way forward. Inside is still hewn stone, but it's, I think the term is, it's just dressed stone. So it's carved, it's smooth planes, but it isn't like bricks were removed and then set in or anything. It's just a nice sort of clean line of a hallway which leads in. And as you proceed down, taking several steps in, you now leave the light from the doors. Small, clearly magical lights wink into brightness along the walls. You follow this curving corridor. And after, I don't know, a couple 100 feet, it opens into a round hall. And here, the feeling that you had outside is amplified. Everything seems to bend in and focus in on this point. And sitting, resting on a pedestal in this central point, you see an orb about this large, glowing very faintly, which, as you come closer, will lift off of its pedestal.
What color is it?
Please hold. I changed my mind on that. And stupidly didn't, tie that into the other document from our notes.
So it has occurred to me that, in previous tier campaigns, pineapples have been, the secret word. So I think actually the SpongeBob reference predates today's campaign.
It is grayish, slightly bluish gray, I'd say.
You know, it's also bluishly gray. Squidward.
And it will rise. You who are children of this time, welcome to this place. Welcome to my hall, the Hall of Memory. Each of you has... Hello, Ziggy. Each of you has been drawn here, and I hope that we might help each other. Tell me, what happens in Tyr? What is occurring?
We all look at each other.
There is great.
You're not coming through, Lena. Sorry, I saw you trying to speak and it was not coming through.
I was just helping smooth over a trade agreement. So that's pretty good. I haven't been trusted with doing that before. It's my first time. I think it went well. I think all the parties really, really are feeling good about it.
Wait, were you with the Reed family?
Yeah. In Greenwoods, yes.
Oh. Huh.
No significance.
Yeah.
No relation. There are great storms. Inexplicable ones. There's an even greater serpent of the sea. And that is which sent us here.
There's a blight. Do you know about the blight? When were you last in Tyr? And it does things like that. And he points to Felkar's arm.
Yes. Great storms, the blight, a sea serpent that drove you here. All very peculiar, but not all of you, I think, arrived together. I see. Tell me, does the Twisted One still stalk outside these halls?
Yes.
We saw his handiwork ourselves. At least so we believe it was.
What is he? What is it?
It is the servant of the Terror of the Ten.
Of the
Terror of
the
10?
Of the 10.
The Terror of the Ten.
It is set to find me, to destroy me.
Why does it want to destroy you? What are you?
Must you reside here?
There are many magics that require sacrifice, loss of something. I stand alone of my brethren outside that, but those that oppose us have trapped me here. My very standing outside requiring me to stand aside. Time does not touch this place in the same way. It is always here and never here. It is always now. But little gaps in that curse can be found, and it seems that you found one of them. You are of the now, beyond this trap. I think that perhaps that could let me free.
You speak of a way out of this trap.
Yes, I I cannot be sure, but my being was given to memory, to standing outside the circle, the cycle of past and present and future. But they turned it against me, made me stand ever apart, ever now. I think perhaps if I am destroyed, that might release part of me and also release this place. Make it real again.
And if it doesn't, what then?
Then I've died for nothing. And that's not, great.
But it seems, while stuck here, you live for nothing either.
More or less true. Every instance of now flows through this place, but is then shackled to it.
Is the twisted one, is it from this place? Did it create
No.
this place?
No, it is of the 10. Far beyond this place. It is a manifestation of psychic hatred given permanent form.
And there's no way that it could be untwisted.
Or defeated?
I certainly lack the capabilities to do so. I do not know about each of you.
So, are you proposing that you let it destroy you? Is that a sacrifice that you
Yes.
are willing to make? What will happen to it after it destroys you?
I do not know.
Figures.
Pray, tell us who these enemies of your brethren are, and what do they seek?
Who they are, I do not know. What they are, something far beyond this world. What they seek, I do not know if even my mind can comprehend, but my brethren and I do know that if it is not what they seek, in their seeking they will destroy Tyr. That is what we attempt to prevent.
Are they the cause of the blight?
No, I do not believe so. That was something else. It is hard. Every moment here is everlasting but fleeting. Hunter, from somewhere behind you, you hear a sound of stone chipping slightly. Splitting.
Like being hit by metal?
No, more like stone twisting on itself.
Cracking?
Yeah.
Mm. I will. Oh, kitty.
Look at Ziggy.
Oh my god.
God, he looks so satisfied. He's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
he does.
I made it here for pets.
Does
Well,
anyone else hear the stone?
Do any of us hear it?
Yes, now that you listen for it, sort of coming up that hallway, you hear just sort of a.
are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Do you think it's the only way?
I have had an eternity to think of others, and have come up with nothing.
Well,
Must it be the creature?
I am not sure any of you would have the capability to destroy me.
do you need anything from us?
Protect this place. Not this place, Tyr. Not this place in particular.
Mm.
Go, find others, find my brethren. There should be 8 others. Find those who would support them. Find those who have been ever true servants. Search for them. My brethren and the multi-mana.
Mr. Jimbles.
And at the word multi-mana, why am I blanking on my character's name? Marina is going to feel a slight shift. Not enough for anyone who really would know behavior, but definitely that word means a trigger, and is a little more attentive on what the orb has to say.
Well, practically speaking, talking orb, do you need us to like move you out there or like
You can-
toss you into
You can
the
probably
thing?
just move back. It's fine.
Okay, we'll move back. Thatcher will move back. He'll actually move next to Alexandria, and he'll say, Did you say something earlier about you're good at persuasion?"
Yeah, I'm extremely likable.
I agreed. I like you. You seem great.
Really interesting.
Really interesting. I've spent the last like 6 years in a monastery kind of situation, so I'd love to hear more about like the
Sounds
city.
like a lot of fun.
I think I'm gonna try something really stupid at some point in the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes. When the time comes, I don't know. Maybe you could kind of send me some good charisma vibes my
That's
way.
not really like how charisma works. You can't send it to people.
Well, then what's the fucking point, Alexandria?
What are you going to be doing? Maybe I can help.
Well, I'm not going to tell you now. That would spoil the moment.
All right.
When I say SpongeBob, I don't know why, but when I say SpongeBob, you help me.
All right.
You may not
I'll
be
just-
able to send him vibes. Send him VBs then.
Yeah.
I'll just stick close to you until you say SpongeBob.
Okay.
And then, yeah, as you sit and sort of get to the other side with the other 5, you hear that sound of cracking stone until turning around the corner, you see
Oh no.
madness cackling, laughing, twisting, breaking, stepping forward into the chamber, moving towards.
It's not what SpongeBob looks like. We had a very different feeling of childhood.
Gosh.
I'm so sorry. Go away.
Just give the stream what they are seeing walking into the chamber.
I don't like this.
And you're going to see it sort of reach out a hand towards the orb.
Oh.
It's like, you have hidden too long from the Ten's terror. Is anyone going to do anything? I heard Adam make note of a not particularly smart thing to do, and I'm like, that covers a lot of things in this situation. I don't want to step on a moment.
So I have no idea if this is, I'm just following my character. I have no idea if it's at all like even doable or what's going to happen when I don't think.
Is this going to be the Redemption Paladin's equivalent of roll to seduce the dragon?
Yes, essentially. Especially like the term the twisted one, and then like setting it up as like, can he be untwisted? That implies that there was a twisting that happened. So like if there's a moment, he's not going to try to stop the destruction of the orb, because that it sounds like the orb should be destroyed, and the orb's willing to make that sacrifice. So he's not trying to stop that. But if there's anything in the moment or moments after whatever's about to happen, Thatcher's going to want to use his channel divinity, and this is the only way I can think to do it, his emissary of peace, to like essentially try to see how he rolls on the persuasion check, and with Alexandria's help, and try to persuade the twisted one to untwist itself. Come to the light, be redeemed. That's the moment that I was thinking of. I have no idea if that fits in at all.
If he
but
wants to try to do that, I will assist by casting Suggestion on the twisted one.
Okay. You see this odd hand-like object reach out to the orb, and it touches at a single point and then begins twisting around it. And you slowly hear a cracking noise as it's just engulfed now. And as that cracking reaches a crescendo, I can't help it. He just looks so attentive.
He's so great.
You hear a cracking fill the chamber, and somewhere high above you, you hear a far louder crack. Looking up, you see a circle in the sky, wedges, different skies cut out in each of 12 wedges. And then you see them shatter apart. As you do, small drops of light drift down, landing upon the room, bathing it, now the stone giving off this ethereal kind of glow. And each of you sees something. Thatcher, you see that field of bodies that you saw before, but this time you see it as an end of a path that you and many others stand at a crossroads of. Down one road lays that. Down another, a harder path, rocky, covered in brambles. There is a field that does not have those bodies. And something about the 10 seems to strike you as the vision of lots of bodies. Alexandria, you see a glass case, beautiful and ornamental, and you see in it 72 dolls, 15 of which are stained with blood. The others are broken beneath them. Heather, is not Heather, Hunter, you see a memory of a person, a healer, seeking to find a way to continue healing beyond an ill that he could not solve. You see experiments, you see efforts, and you feel an opening of a path in front of you that there has not been before. Marina, as the light falls and coalesces around you, you feel that light take form into a much smaller orb. You feel weight settle in a pocket. And you hear a voice. My brethren, seek the past, the present, and the future, and they can lead you to the first. And Willie, you have a very direct memory. Standing on the bow of a ship, looking at the sea, excited to be on a voyage. You don't understand why the crew is so nervous. You don't understand why you slipped out at night from the dock instead of in the morning, as would be more normal. You hear the whispers of the various men and women who declare, like, we must take it to the academy. They will know what to do with it. And you see in the captain's cabin, in place of the bunk where you'd normally have your father sleep, you see a large white orb. Mercy must be delivered to the academy. And the sky opens, and lightning rains down, and on the cliffs of green woods behind you, you see a giant standing, and you hear the heavens roar as a dragon descends towards your ship. And as these visions overtake you all, you're sorry to cut off your attempting to seduce the dragon moment, but as you fade into almost unconsciousness, you wake. But the last thing before you can see, that you could see before you sort of lose this consciousness, is you can see 4 of the figures from the village fade and disappear. The 4 from the village, each seeming settled in some way, seeming to disappear bodily, not dissolve or anything. And you wake in circumstances that are by now too familiar to all of you and way too familiar to Willie. Clutching flotsam and jetsam, trying to stay aloft. Though you do see the sails of what would appear to be a pirate ship making its way towards you, perhaps interested in picking over the wreckage. And lying and clutching a piece of driftwood next to you, you see the amnesiac from the village. Sort of like, Thank you for your help. I remember now. Thank you, each of you. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jerarith. And with that,
Hate you.
I think we will wrap up.
Why did we save Jerarith? Why did we do it? Well,
Chelsea, you're fairly sure that in your pocket is the remnants of the orb memory. Each of you now has knowledge of your past, your future, memories from an eternal now, and a strange vision of a great circle broken. So, this has been Tier the Whelming Tide. This has been our last tier game for the year. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Thank you for sticking with us as we had technical difficulties. We got online, had a lot of fun. Thank you so much to everybody who played tonight. I appreciate everybody's contributions. I appreciate everybody's characters, work that you put in. Yeah, coming up in the new year, we will have more tiers, starting with probably more Civil Job. We will continue Fates of Rin as the family just really tries to catch a break. Like a single break would be great. Monster of the Week will continue as we see how quickly Andy can get his character arrested, committed. I'm really not sure. Bad things are going to happen to that dude. And the Menagerie will continue, honestly, just being really, really mean to foppish racist in Goats of Saltmarsh. And Spire will be back and awesome, and I cannot wait to see what impossible geometries Danksy decorates the world with next. From all of us here at Helpful Go, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much to the players. Hope you had a great time. I hope that you all have a wonderful New Year's. We'll be doing an event in the Discord to hang out. I hope everybody is safe and healthy and well, and I wish you very much all of the best in the coming year. From all of us here, stay safe, be well, be kind to yourselves and to each other. Love you all.
Bye.
Love you all. Happy New Year.